Hello. Hello, Narendra. Hello. हमारा આવશે જરા. આયો અવાજ? હવે જ યાર. હા.
हाँ जी हेलो हाँ बोल हाँ चालेल तू कैसी आहे आपला हाँ ओके तारा पति क्यों तारा पति क्यों हाँ चालू છે પાછળ એમપી એકાઉન્ટમાં તો ચાલુ છે મીટિંગ ચાલુ છે કશો ચાલુ હા જીગાને પૂછો
Sir, thank you. Any question from the audience? One, we can take at least one question, not more than that. Sir, have the mic, please.
બીજું માઇક કઈ ગયું બે હતા ને
Sir, everybody is telling about only the health and mental, this physical and mental health. But I think so. There is one another dimension is also there. That is called as a vow. भाव और मन ये दोनों चीज अलग अलग है. हम हर एक जगह पे मेडिकल साइंस में मन और फिजिकल शरीर का ही चिकित्सा की बात करते हैं, लेकिन भाव की बात कहीं पे भी नहीं करते. तो मेरा ये सबसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि भाव के बारे में बहुत सारा लिखा गया है हमारे में, जैसे समय हमारा जो है, तो उसके बारे में थोड़ा सोचे कि उससे भाव कैसे जैसे हमारे मन की जो राग और मेंटल स्टेटस पे बहुत ऊपर भी इफेक्ट करता है। तो भाव का उद्गम बिंदु क्या है, वो हमें सब हर एक लोगों को third dimension skill
क्लिक कर दो।
ये ना
हाँ,
ये
क्या था?
ये
आवाज चालू છે ને
क्या है? पूरा नाम क्या है? थोड़ा सा थोड़ा सा थोड़ा सा मुझे ध्यान
કઈથી અવાજ આવે છે
नहीं बात मैं थोड़ा सा आजकल
ठीक है।
नहीं रहा
તારે મેથી
नहीं बात
હા સરવંશ
नहीं
એવું નહીં એવું તમે ઝૂમ લિંક ખોલો ને
बताएं।
ઝૂમ લિંक ખોલો
हाँ मैम सिटिंग एमएलए है यस कहाँ से हो? हम एक्चुअली नेटिवली राजकोट से है पर वैसे जो
આજે હમણાં તો આવ્યો આવા જો
એક મિનિટ તારા એનો નહીં છે તો એનું નહીં કરવાની અહીં આગળ છે ને મેડમ બહાર જાવ તો હવે ચેક નહીં કરશો અહીંયાનું પણ આવે છે મારું તો બંધ છે તમારા સાંભળા એ માઇક ત્યાંથી બંધ થશે ને એ જ નહીં કીધું માઇક લેવાનું આ બધું જે છે ને પ્રોગ્રામ કઈ આગળ બહાર ઝૂમ વાળા જોવે ને એ લોકોને અવાજ સંભળાવવો જોઈએ બધું સ્ક્રીન દેખાય છે પણ અવાજ નથી સાઉન્ડ આવું છે
માઇક ચાલુ રાખશો અવાજ આવશે પાછો અહીંયા. આપણો અવાજ આવશે.
પણ ત્યાં આગળ Zoom પછી એ લોકોને એ રીતે વાત કરવી હશે તો કરશે જ કઈ રીતે સાંભળવાનું જ છે ને. હા, આપણે તો એમાં એ કશું બોલતા નથી. અરે સીધી વાત તમે ચાલુ कर दो
क्वेश्चन पेपर हमने पूछी लेगा
किसको देगा
राहुल
वहाँ पे बराबर
for a boss and an employee. So suppose for the time being, we consider mind as our boss and the body as our means employee. So an employee is working for his boss, and the boss is allocating some time to his employee, some task to his employee. That it's a 4 hours task. You complete it. So in the morning, 8 o'clock at the time of breakfast, the boss says, okay, you do this task for 4 hours. So 4 hours task the employee is doing, and after 2-3 hours, that boss says, okay, you do one thing, you leave this work aside, and I am giving you I am allocating you some other work, which is of 6 hours work. So the employee said, okay, no problem. Since you are my boss, so I will have to entertain the work. So he take up that work, and he continues. He leaves that work aside, and he continues the task for 4 or 5 hours, whatever the boss has allocated. And as soon as that work it is not yet completed, and the boss says, okay, you do them, you leave it aside, and I am giving you another 4 hours work. So so that work, so the what the employee says, does okay, since boss order is there. So he entertained that work and leave whatever the previous work is there. It is by the time the whole day that the employee is working, and in the evening when he is very much tired, 7 o'clock, and then the boss, all of a sudden the boss comes and says, you do one thing, you leave everything, and I am giving you 12 hours work, you will have to do it this way. So the same thing our mind is doing with our body. So as you know, we have been listening, there are different foods and they are having the digestion time. So if you are taking juice, liquors, water is immediately absorbed. But about the other foods, the plant-based food, we have been listening for last just a minute. So plant-based food, we have been listening for quite for last 1 month or so. I am privileged to be with Jaswant Bhai, and we have been talking a lot about the plant-based food. So, but anyhow, in the morning we listen, and whatever the food we are taking, there each and every food is having different digestion time. So, if we take fruits, other foods, or the raw vegetables, the digestion period is approximately 15 to 30 minutes or 1 hour. If we take the grains, just white rice, pista, white, its digestion time is 1.5 hours, and dairy product, the digestion is 1.5 to 2 hours, and grains 2 to 3 hours. So now, next, fried foods 4 to 6 hours, processed meat 4 to 6 hours, and unprocessed meat sometimes it is more than 12 hours also. And high fat desserts 6 to 8 hours. And the food which we are taking mostly in the evening, means marriages and all, this buffet system, its digestion system timing is 8 to 12 hours. So the most dangerous for our health is the evening food we are taking in the marriages and all. While sleeping, our body requires the energy for each and every clock. In the night when we sleep, then also energy is required to make us alive. So continuous processes are being done. Pancreas produces insulin when we are sleeping in the night. Carbohydrates converted into glucose and glycons. Intestine maintains the balance of gut microbiomes and generate new microbes. Fats break down into fatty acids. Proteins are converted into amino acids. Stomach secretes hydrochloric acid, and liver produces bile juice. So continuously different parts of our body are working. Even we are sleeping because energy is required. If there is no energy, we cannot be alive. As has been said in the morning, Dr. Sudhir and even that Madam Miss also said. So our Tirthankaras are saying for centuries, but we do not believe unless otherwise there is thousands crore of dollars investment and research is being done by the Western countries, and it is endorsed by the Nobel Prize or something like that. So as we listen by the Sudhir in the morning, in 1974, a Belgian scientist, Cristiano, he received a Nobel Prize on lysosome and peroxisome. So he found 50 different digestive enzymes in lysosome. And those are the enzymes, what they do, they are capable of eating undigested food, particles, toxins, fats, toxins, fats, blockage in the veins, bad bacteria, viruses, dead cells, and stop manufacturing and the cells who stop manufacturing proteins. But these are active only when there is no extra food in our stomach, and at that time only these lysosomes are working. So that the Nobel Prize, based on the Jain principles, was received in 1974, and then next one. Next. So in 2016, and again a Nobel Prize was given on fasting and autophagy. So that was given to Dr. Yoshinori Osumi. And in autophagy, means self-digestion, when we are not taking the food, so there is an automatic system in our digestion system. So they just it works automatically. And autophagy is the body's natural self-cleaning and self-repair process, and it works better when we don't take the food and when we are in the fasting. So I'm not going, but we are hearing this morning metabolism system. So there are two types of metabolism system: catabolism and anabolism. So metabolism is the process by which the body breaks down food to produce energy and uses that energy to build new cells. And it works more effectively when there is no food in our stomach. So that process starts automatically. That is called metabolism. And metabolism switching, it means when the body uh, does not receive enough glucose, it burns fat for energy, and the switch occurs naturally during fasting and exercise, because when there is no any external food, automatically that metabolism occurs. Correct. Thank you very much. Since I am having a shortage of time, so I am maybe making it fast. And again in 2017, there is a Nobel Prize given to Jeffrey C. Hall, Michael Rosher, and Michael C. Young. And it was given on the circadian rhythm. Our Tirthankaras are saying from the long for centuries that you should take the food in night and in daytime, and you should take the rest in night. At night, and the same thing, 24 hours club. These three scientists, they got the Nobel Prize. So in circadian rhythm, it is the body's natural 24 hours biological clock which regulates our sleep, energy level, digestion, and harmony. And if the rhythm is disrupted, overall health also deteriorates. So there are different type of fast where we know very well: Upvas, Ekasana, Ayambil, Varshita, Santhara. So different type of cups are there. And it is there in all the religions. Jainism, we know very well, around the globe, or some anytime we can do in Islam, Christianity, Buddhism, Hinduism, everywhere that fasting is having the important role in all the religion. And its approach means intermittent fasting. We know very well. We can do 16:8 fasting, means 16 hours we don't take anything, and 8 hours window means morning 10 o'clock to 6 o'clock only we take the food. Similarly, sometimes we can do one thing, that 5 days in a week we can take the food, and 2 days we don't take anything. At the most we can take water or something like that. So different type of fastings are there, and there are various examples. You might have heard about Acharya Shanti Sagarji Maharaj. He traveled 60 kilometers, 60,000 kilometers in his whole life. He did so many fasts. So special fast means one day fast, then next day fast, then 2 days fast, next day fast, 3 days fast, next day fast. So like this reaches from 1 day to 15 days, and then reverse means 15 days fast, then fast. Then 14 days fast, 1 day fast. So like this, he did so many times. Acharya Shanti Sagarji, he is one of the most popular sons in Digambar Sampradaya. Similarly, there is a Dada Guru. This is the news of Rajasthan Patrika. So Dada Guru, Nirarat. So he did 1350 days continuous fasting. He took only 500 to 500 million milliliter to 1000 milliliter water in a day, move around 20 to 25 kilometers, do the parikrama of Narmada, and he was quite healthy. There was this continuous monitoring of his body for 8 days under the team with the CCTV camera and everything, and it found this was done by the medical university, And it was found that he was quite healthy without taking the food for 30, 50 days continuously. So this is the valid report, authentic report. So means our body is just prepared just that without food also we can survive, and with fasting we can survive, because in our body 70% water is required. So while moving or doing the parikrama, he was taking the energy because he was we are not wearing anything. So by touching with the earth, he used to get the energy, and he remained alive and healthy for 30, 50 days. Similarly, our founder of Mansukhbhai, he was having so many diseases: hypertension, high blood pressure, diabetes, cerebral ataxia, and I found about him. So you must be knowing 500 doctors are working under him, but he has not preferred to take any allopathic or any medicine, and he preferred to be on the iron wheel, or not taking the food, or taking the food once in a day, or so many times he is doing the fasting. And we know, we are seeing the morning Mansukhbhai, he is quite happy, healthy, and he is just asking us to promote Mavirology. And there is a very good health center, Harsha Shah. She presented in the morning. She has developed a very nice, excellent center. I request all just to visit the center. That's an excellent center. I think everybody should visit the center. It is there in the university itself, here itself. And we are also trying to promote, because we are having collaboration with Sumandeep University. So whatever, suppose somebody, because this year itself, more than 1,000 people did worship club in Ahmedabad itself. Every city in Chaturmas, so many people are doing fasting, and they are quite healthy. So we would like to see what is their parameters before fasting and after fasting. So that we would like to have to establish a research center in Sumandeep University, do the experiment, and just publish the research in journals and all. So this is a very good example. Similarly, Hira Ratan Manik, he did a continuous fasting for 411 days, and he was called to NASA. Just because in NASA the luggage or the weight is the greatest problem. So how a person can survive without taking the food? So then Hira Ratan Manik phenomenon was just developed by him, and it was accepted by NASA itself. So it's and he did the fasting in Ahmedabad itself, in the Gujarat. So it's a very good example of Hira Ratan Manik Shah. Similarly, Acharya Sanmati Sakarji Maharaj, for the whole life, means just I was given, I am not reading each and everything, but for the whole life, most of the life, he took only the juice, only one juice, nothing else, and he remained only to minutes. Please, thank you very much. So similarly, next, Acharya Sri Vijay Sagarji Maharaj, he did fasting of 180 days continuously. 180 days, that too 6 times in a 6 times in his lifespan. So this fasting was not done. This 180 days for 6 times is the ultimate. But before that, he did practice for 60 days, 70 days, 80 days, 125 days. So like that, and he so many times he did the fasting. Next. Similarly, Chundriwala, he at the age of 11, he left the food, and he was blessed. He got the dream, and he has not taken any food, and his life survived for 70 years. So it's a life. It's a live example which is in front of us. Next, and he passed away just previous, and he passed away in 2020. Next. There is another example. I am also fortunate that I got the blessing of this Bala City Roop Kamarji Vidara, and she survived for 40. She has not taken any food or water even for 43 years, and she took the this energy from soil or the sun. So that is also possible. There are so many examples, and I did the darshan in my lifetime. Next. And last year, this is the news of Rajasthan Patrika, 10th of October 2025. There are 3 munis. So they did the fasting for 87 days, then 75 days, and then 60 days. So this is in front of us. Last year only there was a Chaturmas, and we have witnessed these fastings. Next. So this, as I told you, CN discreet in this fasting,
You do fasting for 1 day and take parna. Next day, 2 days fasting, then parna, 3 days fasting, then parna, 4 days fasting. You reach to 15 days and then reverse next. So the highest world record is of 362 62 days. There was a person and he got the Nobel Prize. And after that Nobel Prize, they have stopped giving the Nobel, not Nobel Prize. He is the world record, Guinness World Record. And now they have stopped giving the record because of the health problem. Next. So these are the parameters which we are just testing before fasting and after fasting. Blood, rental, liver, next. Metabolic parameters, vitamin, minerals, next. And this hormonal urine analysis, blood composition, next. There was a research in 2024, research get of net, and the sample was done for So that's just next. So these are the parameters. These are the parameters which are required after fasting. Next. And there are challenges that if we are doing the fasting, we should take the doctor's help. We should not do it without any experiment. Next. And next. And future directions, I am not going into the details because we are already knowing. Next. And these are the conclusions that we should encourage fasting for good health. And we have been listening. Fasting is very good for the general for our body. It has been connected with the spiritual so that people will follow. Otherwise, it is very, very good for our health. Thank you, Ashish Bhai, and thank you, the chair, for giving me the time. Thanks a lot once again.
Thank you so much. We are moving towards our next speaker, Dr. Sudha Malaya.
डॉक्टर सुधा मलैया, कुलाधिपति एकलव्य विश्वविद्यालय, संस्थापक ओजस्विनी ग्रुप ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूट, ओजस्विनी इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज, इन्फिनिटी इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज, ओजस्विनी फार्मेसी कॉलेज सागर, ओजस्विनी नर्सिंग कॉलेज, ओजस्विनी एजुकेशन कॉलेज, शोधार्थी, इतिहासकार, पत्रकार, ओजस्विनी पत्रिका की प्रधान संपादक, साहित्यकार, लेखिका, अनेक पुस्तकों एवं ग्रंथों की रचयिता, कुंडलवत ग्रंथमाला, राम जन्मभूमि, चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य आदि 400 से अधिक लेख प्रकाशित, राम जन्मभूमि आंदोलन की इतिहासकारा, पूर्व सदस्य राष्ट्रीय महिला आयोग, पूर्व राष्ट्रीय सचिव भाजपा, मूर्तिकला में नृत्य का अध्ययन विषय की विशेषज्ञ। अब मैं उन्हें आमंत्रित करना चाहती हूँ उनके प्रस्तुति के लिए अशोक के शिलालेखों में स्वास्थ्य व जल कल्याण नीतियों पर जैन प्रभाव।
समस्त प्रबुद्ध श्रोताओं को जय जैन। अशोक के युग में अशोकन एरा में well-being in Ashokan era, a Jain approach. अशोक के युग में प्राणी कल्याण की नीतियों को जानने के लिए हमें जानना होगा अशोक का धम्म, जिसकी प्रभावना उसने अपने शिलालेखों में बृहत और लघु और स्तंभ शिलालेखों में की। और इसके लिए हमें जो कलिंग युद्ध के बाद अशोक को का जो हृदय परिवर्तन हुआ, उस समय उसने बौद्ध धर्म ग्रहण कर लिया। ये तो हम सबको पता है, ये हम सबने जाना है। लेकिन अशोक जो हमने नहीं जाना है और जो हम कम जानते हैं या नहीं जानने दिया गया है, वह यह है कि अशोक की पृष्ठभूमि क्या थी, अशोक का बचपन कैसे बीता था, अशोक जन्मना क्या था, जन्म से क्या था। अशोक की इस पूरे शिलालेखों में जो भी झलक आती है, जो रिफ्लेक्ट होता है, वो क्या जैन धर्म है या विशुद्ध बौद्ध धर्म। तो अशोक ने जिस प्राणी कल्याण की बात की, जो समस्त प्राणियों के लिए जो उनके वेलफेयर की बात की, वो क्या की थी, उसका प्रभाव उसके ऊपर कहां से आ रहा था। तो उसके लिए हमें जानना होगा अशोक के दादा भारत के लिखित इतिहास के सर्वाधिक शूरवीर, करुणावान, कुशल प्रशासक, प्रजावत्सल महाराजाधिराज चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य का पौत्र था अशोक। चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य की केवल यही विशेषता नहीं थी कि उन्होंने पूरे खंड खंड भारत को अपने गुरु चाणक्य की सहायता से अखंड किया था, और जितना बड़ा साम्राज्य चंद्रगुप्त ने खड़ा किया था वह आज तक किसी राज्य ने नहीं किया था। बहुत से लोगों को ये गलतफहमी होती होगी, हमारे कई लोग आज की मॉडर्न इतिहास की किताबें पढ़ के कई लोग ये कहने लगते हैं, बहुत सारे अपने ही विचारधारा के लोग भी कहने लगते हैं कि ब्रिटिशर्स ने हमें अखंडता का पाठ पढ़ाया, ब्रिटिशर्स ने भारत को एक किया। भारत जरूर उस समय राज्यों में बटा था, लेकिन अखंडता का पाठ तो हमें चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य ने बता दिया था, चाणक्य ने बता दिया था। हमारा बृहत्तर इंडिया जो ग्रेटर इंडिया था वो बहुत बड़ा था, जिसमें अफगानिस्तान, नेपाल, श्रीलंका, श्याम, बर्मा आदि सारे सारे देश थे। लेकिन आज हम हमारे इतिहास की पुस्तकों में उसके बारे में नहीं है। मैं सिर्फ चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य के पृष्ठभूमि के बारे में इसलिए बताना चाहती हूँ, मैंने एक किताब लिखी चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य की, सम्राट चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य की मृत्यु का रहस्य। मैंने जब मास्टर्स किया इतिहास में तब मुझे ये बताया गया था, सारी इतिहास की किताबों में लिखा था, पता नहीं चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य 50 वर्ष की उम्र में कहाँ चले गए, कोई को नहीं पता है। स्मिथ ने कह दिया कि हम जैन सोर्सेस को नहीं मानेंगे, अन्य अन्य इतिहासकारों ने भी, लेकिन स्मिथ के फोर्थ एडिशन में उसने माना कि हमारे पास जैन सोर्सेस को मानने के अलावा कोई हमारे पास साधन नहीं है। चंद्रगुप्त बस नेक्स्ट हम अशोक के में एडिक्ट्स पर बात में आएंगे। मैं थोड़ा सा चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य का परिचय से उसका क्या संबंध है, प्लीज शो मी द स्लाइड, द फर्स्ट स्लाइड। चंद्रगुप्त बसदी गोला में एक विंध्यगिरी पर्वत है जिस पर गोमटेश स्थापित है, लेकिन जो सामने वाली छोटी पहाड़ी है जो चिकबैट कहलाई जाती है, छोटी पहाड़ी को चिकबैट कहते हैं, और वो चंद्रगिरी पर्वत जाना जाता है, और चंद्रगिरी नाम चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य के नाम से पड़ा है। Can you show the slide?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. 1 minute.
तो उसमें चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य, उसकी महानता इस बात में थी कि जब उनको जब भद्रभाव स्वामी उज्जैन आए, जो उनकी दूसरी मगध की दूसरी राजधानी थी, उज्जैनी में जब आए और वो वहां थे तो भद्रभाव स्वामी वहां आए और उनको कुछ आभास हुआ, और चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य ने उसी समय 16 स्वप्न देखे। उन 16 स्वप्नों का सार पूछने भद्रभाव स्वामी के चरणों में गए। भद्रभाव स्वामी ने उन्हें बताया, उन्होंने अपने अवधि ज्ञान से भी बताया कि 12 वर्ष का अकाल पड़ने वाला है, और उन 16 स्वप्नों के अर्थ भी नेगेटिव ही थे। तो चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य ने बहुत सारे यज्ञ आदि अनुष्ठान कराए, और उनको लगा, जब भद्रभाव स्वामी ने कहा कुछ नहीं हो सकता, जनता को ये 12 वर्ष का काल भोगना ही पड़ेगा, तब चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य को लगा कि ये तो जीवन आसान है, मैं अगर महाराजा धीराज होकर भी अपनी जनता के कल्याण के लिए कुछ नहीं कर सकता तो मेरा ये राजपाट का मतलब क्या है। और 50 वर्ष की आयु में दिगंबरी जैन दीक्षा लेकर चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य, जो भारत का एक क्षत्र सम्राट, वो दिगंबरी जैन दीक्षा लेकर अपने गुरु के साथ, भद्रभाव के साथ बिल्कुल दक्षिण की तरफ चले जाते हैं, और वहीं उनकी संलेखना पूर्वक समाधि मरण हुआ। ये उनका लास्ट होम था उनका। नेक्स्ट, ये वहां पर चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य और भद्रभाव स्वामी उनके गेट पर वहां लगा है। नेक्स्ट, चंद्रगुप्त के नाम से चंद्रगुप्त बसदी है। चंद्रगुप्त का मतलब मंदिर, वो पार्श्वनाथ भगवान वहां मूल नायक है, लेकिन उसके दोनों तरफ 2 जालक लगे हैं पत्थर के, उसमें हर एक जालक में 45 पैनल्स है, ऐसे छोटे छोटे 4x4 इंचेस का एक पैनल है। एक तरफ भद्रभाव स्वामी के जीवन की कथा शिल्पांकित की गई है, और दूसरी तरफ चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य की दीक्षा लेने की। लोग कहते हैं कि इतिहास में प्रमाण नहीं मिले कि चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य कहाँ चले गए। वहां पर 7 से ज्यादा अभिलेख हैं कि चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य ने दिगंबरी दीक्षा ली और मुनि प्रभाचंद्र कहलाए, और उनकी उनकी साधना और तपस्या इतनी थी कि उनकी कीर्ति स्वर्ग तक पहुंची, और उनकी भोजन आदि की व्यवस्था सब वन के देवता आदि करते थे। तो ये एक, और नेक्स्ट स्लाइड, नेक्स्ट, ये जालक है। नेक्स्ट, ये चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य की, ये भद्रबाहु का लाइव स्क्रीन है। नेक्स्ट, ये चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य है जब इनको सूचना मिलती है कि भद्रबाहु स्वामी आए। नेक्स्ट, चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य उनको आहार देते हैं भद्रभाव स्वामी को, ये जो बालक है ये कौन हो सकता है, ये अभी जानने लायक बात है, लेकिन इस बालक का महत्व है। नेक्स्ट 16 स्वप्न देखते हैं। नेक्स्ट घोषणा करते हैं कि मैं जा रहा हूँ राजपाट छोड़ के, तो रानियों का तड़पना बिलखना। नेक्स्ट ये है, उस समय शिल्पकला में ये प्रथा थी, सांची में भी है कि कई बार लाइव वैसा नहीं दिखाते थे, प्रतीकों से दिखाते थे। जैसे सांची में और भरूच के स्तूपों में प्रतीकों से दिखाया गया बुद्ध को, वहां का एक बुद्ध लाइव नहीं दिखाया, वैसे नहीं दिखाया गया है। तो बुद्ध का जो प्रतिक्रमण है जैसे वह वो दिखाया गया है, ऐसे ही चंद्रगुप्त का घर छोड़ना, घोड़ा खाली जा रहा है, अश्व खाली जा रहा है, और ये उनके पीछे उनकी सेना चल रही है, इसका मतलब उन्होंने ग्रह त्याग कर दिया। नेक्स्ट लेट अस कम टू द पीरियड। तो चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य को इसमें 45 शिल्पांकित पट्टियां हैं जिसमें चंद्रगुप्त का लाइफ दिखा है। उसमें एक हाथ में आगे एक बालक भी आहार दान दे रहा है, जब उनके माता पिता अपने बिंदुसार जब चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य के मुनिषि प्रभाचंद्र के दर्शन करने को श्रवणबेलगोल जाते होंगे। मेरा विश्वास है कि वह बालक अशोक था। उन्होंने 12 वर्ष तपस्या की या 24 वर्ष, इसके बारे में कोई ऐतिहासिक प्रमाण उपलब्ध नहीं है अभी कि कितने वर्ष वो बाद उनकी संलिग्नता पर वो समाधि हुई। लेकिन मेरा ये मानना है कि क्या अशोक जन्मना जैन नहीं था? अशोक के दादाजी ने दिगंबरी जैन दीक्षा ली, बिंदुसार उसी वातावरण में पले बड़े, और अशोक का जन्म वही उसी वातावरण में हुआ। उसके ऊपर तो उन जैन संस्कारों का पूरा पूरा प्रभाव था, उसने तो पूरा पूरा देखा, उसको जिया, उसको। वो जरूर बाद में कलिंग युद्ध के बाद बौद्ध हुआ, और उसने बौद्ध धर्म ग्रहण किया। अपनी पत्नी श्री देवी जो विदिशा की थी, विदिशा के श्रेष्ठी की लड़की थी, और उनके पुत्र दोनों ने बौद्ध धर्म ग्रहण किया। लेकिन बौद्ध धर्म का प्रभाव बड़ा होगा, लेकिन जैन धर्म का प्रभाव तो उसके ऊपर, जिसे कहते हैं ना हम जो पहले से जानते हैं। मेरी दोनों हुए मारवाड़ी परिवार से आए, अब जो गणेश जी और शिव जी की पूजा वो करती मैं नहीं जान सकती, मुझे उसका नायक नहीं है। और उसे भगवान महावीर की पूजा कैसे करनी है उनका नायक नहीं है। वो सीखने की कोशिश करती है, मैं भी सीखने की कोशिश कर सकती हूँ, लेकिन मेरा नायक नहीं है। अंदर से मेरे अंदर वो भाव नहीं है, अंदर से मैं वो जानती नहीं हूँ। अशोक ने भले ही बौद्ध धर्म ग्रहण कर लिया होगा, उसका नायक नहीं था बौद्ध धर्म में, उसका नायक था जैन धर्म में। और वही उसके पूरे के पूरे शिलालेखों में बिल्कुल स्पष्ट परिलक्षित होता है। लेट अस सी द स्लाइड। यहाँ ये कहते हैं, अशोक कहते हैं पहली स्लाइड में, पहले अभिलेख में जो कि गिरनार कलसी वगैरह में मिला है, और राजा देवप्रियदर्शी कहते हैं पूर्व काल में जीव हत्या के अनेक भयंकर रूप प्रचलित थे। सभी प्राणियों की रक्षा और उन्हें कष्ट से बचाने के लिए मैंने ये आज्ञा जारी की है, जीवों को नहीं मारा जाए, जीव रक्षा की जाए, उनके प्रति संयम की व्यवस्थाएं की गई है। पूर्व में जो भी अनियंत्रित हिंसक थी, जो कर्म कांडों में जो बलियां दी जाती थी, जो रसोई में जो वध होता था पशुओं का, वो सब उसने बंद कर दिया था। मैंने राजमहल में तथा अन्य प्रदेशों में जीवों को मारना निषिद्ध किया है। जीव वध की अनेकों परंपराएं पूर्णतः समाप्त कर दी गई है। अशोक यहाँ किस धर्म की बात कर रहा है? ये अहिंसा का जो कॉन्सेप्ट है, ये अशोक के मन में कहाँ से आ रहा था? जो उसकी रसोई में भी जीववध होता था, वहां सब भी बंद करके, और उसने पूरी प्रथाएं बंद करवा दी, पूरी तरीके से नहीं करवाई। ये बुद्धिस्ट प्रभाव नहीं था। अर्ली बुद्धिज्म में अगर एक कहानी आती है कि एक भिक्षुक जा रहा था भिक्षा में, कहीं से चील के मुख से वो गिर पड़ा, चूहा उसके उनके दान पात्र भिक्षा पात्र में। तो गए गुरु जी के पास, बुद्ध भगवान के पास गए कि क्या, बोले अगर ऐसे मिला है, अगर तुम्हारी वजह से हत्या नहीं हुई है, वध नहीं किया गया, तो तुम इसे ग्रहण कर सकते हो। तो अर्ली बुद्धिज्म में मांसाहार वर्जित नहीं था, और जबकि जैनिज्म में टोटली वर्जित था। अब क्योंकि उसने बौद्ध धर्म ग्रहण किया था, इसलिए उसने कहा जहां तक हो सके जीव वध को रोका जाए, प्राणी प्राणी मात्र को बचाया जाए। तो ये जो जीव कल्याण की, प्राणी कल्याण की जो अहिंसा का कॉन्सेप्ट था, वो वहां से आता है। जो तत्वार्थ सूत्र में कहते हैं कि जहां पर इतनी अधिक अहिंसा का इस प्रकार से कहा गया कि प्रमाद से भी, हमारी नेग्लिजेंस से भी, असावधानी से भी अगर मृत्यु होती है किसी की, किसी प्राणी की हिंसा होती है, तो वो हम उसके भागी हैं दोष के। इसीलिए हमारे सारे मुनि, चाहे वो दिगंबर हो चाहे श्वेतांबर हो, सब नीचे देख कर चलते हैं कि मेरे पैर के नीचे आकर कोई चीज कहता तो नहीं हो जा रही। और इसीलिए वो शाम को प्रतिक्रमण करते हैं कि कोई ऐसा तो नहीं हुआ है दिन भर में। न केवल अपने आप को देखते हैं और अपने आप से उन सभी अपराधों की भी जो अनजाने में की गई है, उन सब की भूल के लिए भी क्षमा मांगते हैं। तो ये जो कॉन्सेप्ट था, तत्वार्थ सूत्र में भी, सूत्र कृतांग में भी, आचारांग सूत्र में भी, उत्तराधन सूत्र में भी, दश वैकालिक सूत्र में भी, इन सभी में अहिंसा को परमो धर्म बताया गया है। और नेग्लिजेंस कॉजिंग हार्म इज वायलेंस, तो नेग्लिजेंस से भी नहीं हो, लैक ऑफ विजिलेंस नहीं हो, ये सब उन्होंने कहा। द एडिक्ट, दिस एडिक्ट इकोस कोर जैन हाउस होल्ड एथिक्स, जो हमारे रसोई का भी एथिक्स है, वह भी पालन।
मैडम प्लीज सम वन
Only 1 minute.
टाइम गिवन
We have got 14 minutes to go.
I don't know.
Okay,
Yeah,
then let me
okay.
complete it now. Let me sum it up. मेरे 15 मिनट हो गए क्या?
Yes.
Please
1 minute left. So
allow me 3-4 minutes more. अशोक के शिलालेखों में दिखाई देने वाले, मैं समाप्त कर देती हूँ। पशु का वध का निषेध, आप स्लाइड दिखाते जाएं, नेक्स्ट एडिट करके मैं पढ़ती जाती हूँ, मैं उधर नहीं देख रही। अशोक के शिलालेखों में दिखाई देने वाला पशुवध निषेध, शिकार त्याग, दया, सभी प्राणियों के लिए समान करुणा, अनावश्यक कर्म कांडों का विरोध, आत्म संयम, सत्य, मित भाषण और सर्व पंथ सहिष्णुता, वो साफ साफ कहता है कि सभी पंथों का सम्मान करना जाना चाहिए। और ये वह समय था जब जैनों और बौद्धों में संघर्ष हो रहा था, जब ब्राह्मणों का कर्मकांड बढ़ता चला जा रहा था। उस समय उन्होंने ये कहा कि हमें किसी भी सांप्रदायिक कॉन्फ्लिक्ट में नहीं पड़ना है, सभी पंथों का सम्मान किया जाना है। और ये सभी सिद्धांत जैन शास्त्रों में अणुव्रत, गुरु गृहस्थ धर्म, दया धर्म और अनेकांत के रूप में हजार वर्षों से स्थापित थे। इतिहासकार भी इसे स्वीकार करते हैं कि जैन परंपरा मौर्य राजवंश के जीवन मूल्यों में समाहित थी और चंद्रगुप्त भाद्रबाहु परंपरा ने मौर्य शासन की नैतिक दिशा को गहराई से प्रभावित किया। यही प्रभाव आगे चलकर अशोक की नीतियों और उनके धर्म, उनकी अवधारणा और उनके शिलालेखों में परिलक्षित नैतिक आदर्शों में स्पष्ट होती है। इस प्रकार चंद्रगुप्त का जैन दीक्षा ग्रहण और संलेखना के माध्यम से समाधि मरण अपनाना अशोक के नैतिक दृष्टिकोण का मूल स्रोत माना जा सकता है। और जहाँ राजनीति करुणा, समता, अहिंसा और लोक मंगल पर आधारित होती है, अशोक का धर्म केवल बौद्ध प्रभाव का परिणाम नहीं है, यह मौर्य वंश की उस गहरी जैन परंपरा का विस्तार है जिसकी जड़ें चंद्रगुप्त भाद्रबाहु के ऐतिहासिक मिलन में स्थापित हो चुकी थी। उसके अभिलेख, अशोक के अभिलेख किसी नवीन संप्रदाय की स्थापना नहीं करते, न ही किसी मत विशेष का प्रतिपादन करते। वे उस धर्म को कर्मकांड से पृथक कर उसे नैतिक आचरण के रूप में प्रतिष्ठित करते हैं। माता पिता और गुरु की सेवा, समस्त प्राणियों के प्रति दया, वाणी और व्यवहार का संयम तथा धर्मदान, यही अशोक का धर्म है। यह दृष्टि श्रमण जैन श्रमण परंपराओं की मूल नैतिक चेतना को से पूर्णतः संगत है। अहिंसा अशोक की नैतिक संरचना का केंद्र है। कलिंग विजय को वे गौरव नहीं बल्कि पश्चाताप के रूप में प्रस्तुत करता है। हिंसा से उपरांत दुख का स्पष्ट स्वीकार और उससे विमुख होने का संकल्प, यही वह बोध है जिसे जैन परंपरा ने बंधन का मूल और बौद्ध परंपरा ने दुख सुख का कारण कहा है। अशोक की विशेषता यह है कि उसने उस नैतिक अनुभूति को राजनीति में रूपांतरित किया। Truly speaking, Ashoka's Dham was a state-sponsored moral code, not a full religious system. A complete religious philosophical system with metaphysics, ontology, ethics, and ritual. It was not. The central emphasis of which was ahimsa and reduction of animal slaughter, humane treatment, absolute ahimsa in thought, word, and deed. It included strict vegetarianism, non-injury to all life forms, even microorganisms. पानी को बचाने की बहुत सारी बातें हमारे इन सारे शास्त्रों में और आगम में कही गई हैं। The sole purpose was social welfare, harmony, moral behavior, and compassionate governance and liberation through austerity, karma shedding, and strict self-discipline. Asceticism encourages restraint and self-control, but Ashoka discouraged extreme asceticism. Strong commitment to austerity, renunciation, fasting, nudity, etc. Karam Thera or Jainism has not been explicitly being discussed in edicts. Detailed doctrine of karma as material principles binding the soul to stop rebirth or soul, or moksha for liberation or release of jiva, are not doctrinally explained, but what he explains is philosophy of religious tolerance, welfare of all the living beings, और उनकी ये जो सेकंड रॉकेट एक था उसका उसमें जो पॉइंट औषधि कल्याण है और शायद वृक्ष लगवाना है, औषधीय पौधों जो जिसमें मनुष्यों के लिए ही नहीं केवल पशुओं के लिए भी पौधे लगवाने हैं, औषधीय पौधे लगवाना है। मतलब उनका जो दया का विस्तार था, कंपैशन था, उसमें जो हमारे 10 लक्षण धर्म है, उन पूरे धर्मों का पूरा समायोजन और पूरी झलक हमें अशोक के शिलालेखों में दिखती है। और अशोक एरा में जो भी उसने धर्म का प्रतिपादन किया और जिस प्रकार से उसने मॉरल कोड को पॉलिटिकल कोड में बदल दिया, ये उसकी सबसे बड़ी सफलता थी। और उस समय का उस समय जो भी वहां की राजनीति थी वो जैन धर्म से प्रभावित थी और शमन धर्म से कह सकते हैं। शमन धर्म में बौद्ध धर्म भी आ जाता था। और
प्लीज सम ऑफ
यस आई एम सॉरी, यस प्लीज। तो इस प्रकार से अशोक के समय में जो भी वेलबींग और हॉलिस्टिक उसकी अप्रोच थी, जो जब हमने सुबह के सारे पेपर्स में हमने बात की मन की, भाव की, और जो हमें तन से हमें जो भोजन लेना है उस भोजन की बात इसमें होती है, औषधियों की बात इसमें होती है, और पूरी जीव दया की जो बात है, जो मन से अगर हम प्योर हो जाएंगे तो उसमें क्षमा, मार्दव, आर्जव, शौच, सत्य, संयम, तप, त्याग, अपरिग्रह, अकिंचन, ये सब ब्रह्मचर्य सब आ जाते हैं। और अशोक ने उनका भली भांति पालन किया और यही अशोक के युग में वेलबींग की, होलिस्टिक वेलबींग की कॉन्सेप्ट थी। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you for your insightful research, Dr. Sudha Malaya ma'am. Now I request Dr. Jashwant Modi sir to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Sudha Malaya ma'am.
पास है ना वो।
Next, we have presentation of Dr. Manish Ji. The topic is astrology and astro remedies as per the Jainism.
नेक्स्ट वाला कौन सा है? ये आ गया थोड़ा प्रेशर ज्यादा बना तभी होगा और ये पीछे वाला।
After this, we have presentation of Ria and Aya. So please be ready.
Respected chair and respected scholars, good afternoon and Sadar Jai Jinendra. So my topic is medical astrology and astro remedies as per Jainism. This is another dimension of medical thing, medical stuff. So let's start. So very first, what is astrology? Actually, astrology is nothing else, but it's actually a methodology or tool which reflects our previous karmas, nothing else. As per Jainism, this is the definition. And what is medical astrology? Medical astrology is actually a branch where we study the body influences, planetary influences, and karmic timings. And due to that, whatever diseases happens and what are the remedies we study and discuss in this branch, the medical astrology. So one can ask that we have heard about Vedic astrology only. We have never heard about Jainism, Jain astrology, but that may be limited knowledge because very first literature was from Jainism side about the astrology. And that time astrology was Ganit in fact. Then Falit came into. So in parallelly, all the schools developed it in parallel, the astrology thing. And Jainism was also one of them. And even the Jainism principle was the base on which the astrology matured. So let's discuss a little bit in detail. Because we have a short of time, so I am going a bit fast. So So it's a medical astrology is nothing else but supplementing medical knowledge in most Indic traditions. We have already discussed this. So as per Jainism, what is fundamentally distinct with other schools? So very first, there are some remedies which may be different in Vedic schools or any other school, but in Jainism, it's pure ethical thing. Very first, second, non-violent and ahimsa parigraha are followed in this. Third is there is no karta, there is no divine. Here Jainism principles comes in where no karta is there. So everything is due to our karma only, and that reflects in the same life or any later lives. So beyond physiology or fate, illness is as a karmic unfolding. That is one thing. Second, medicine embedded in ethics, dhyana and nirjara. So medicine is not only dietary regulations as per Jainism, but it has other dimensions as well. We will discuss a little bit later in other next slides. So it is non-deterministic systems. So in Vedic system, what happens? Planets are we want to appease the planets, and planet due to planet only disease happens, or due to God only diseases happen. But it's not the case in the Jainism stuff. So it emphasizes on self-responsibility and purification based on pure karmic, elemental, and planetary factors. So let's move to next slide. So ontology of disease in Jain philosophy. So Jain metaphysics rejects any external divine causation of suffering. It's all due to our previous karmas only, plus temporal disorders, elemental disbalances, and other things which may be due to our lifestyle. So these are some major reasons of the diseases in as per Jainism. So one can ask that how previous karmas can affect. So we have here Uttaradiyan Sutra, as per Uttaradiyan Sutras and Tattva Sutras and other texts. We have found that karmic theory is true, and due to karmic theory only, there are four type of karmas. Nam karma, Ayu karma, Vedini, and Mohini. So those karmas are attached with the our soul. So karmic bonding is works there. So due to that only we birth in such environment only. So under some planetary influences. So that's the Jainism derives. And other things, disease manifest when karmic udaya coincides with disturbances in elemental composition and adverse temporal or planetary conditions. The Uttaradiyan Sutra. So diseases happens due to this. And one more important thing is when Jiva meets with Pudgala under governance of karma, disease happens. So what kind of disease would happen, in which part of the body it would happen, when it will happen, it is studied in the medical astrology branch. So there are some principles. So we have analyzed more than 2000 kundlis in last 5 years, and we have not published anywhere else, but we have found the very great results. And this is again a very we can determine or we can direct that this disease may happen in that time frame. We can just not just guess, but we can even determine with the help of medical astrology and planetary information. So when karma will get in Uday, so we can find out that timing as well. So how? Let's see in the later slides. So there are 5 elements. We all know. Even in Vedic astrology also there are 5 elements, and we have 5 elements as well. So names are a bit different, but here Akasha, Vayu, Tejas, Apa, and Prithvi. So these are very similar to Vedic astrology, and because origin was the same for the Vedic astrology and Jain astrology, that's why these elements are same. So Yata Pinde Tata Brahmande means whatever is in universe or cosmology, that is in our body as well. So cosmic principles pervading Jiva energy are not mere matter. So Tattva Sutra and other Jain texts help supports this theory. So chronic disease happens when long term elemental disbalance happens or long term cardiac uday happens, then chronic diseases or some serious diseases happen. So Jain remedies doesn't tell any time that we can suppress the disease or we can cure the disease, but we can prevent the disease before it happens. We can say like that, and it can support to stable our mind, our psychology, our physiology. So we have found better results as per this perspective. We'll share our research in coming slides. So there are Surya Prakriti and Chandra Prakriti. It was the base of every astro text, even in Jain schools or Vedic schools. So Surya Prakriti and Chandra Prakriti are describes planetary motions with seasonal variation, mental fluctuations, bodily vitality, implicitly forming the astrological basis of our disease identification. So these are the base text actually. So we now comes to Jain. We are covering theory first, and then we'll see the practical results. So, what is the Jain concept of healing? There are what kind of healings or astro remedies we can do. So one is Jain therapy. Jain therapy is nothing but it's related to metals, because we all know you are all doctors, so you already know that there are minerals in your body, in everyone's body. So there are essentials, 24 essential minerals, elements, and metals we have. So if any metal is lacking, then some disease happens. So due to as per the Jain therapy, we can do some vibrational things to balance that elements, those elements, and the energy we get from it from universe, cosmology, or we can say we can get energy from sun or moon, especially, and the other planets. So as per the planets, there are some definite colors. There are some definite gems. So we can suggest those gems as a therapy, as a remedy. And apart from that, we can also suggest dietary regulations or breath control or posture, fasting, or etc. And then comes color therapy. So color therapy, there are two aspects of color therapy. One, we can put colored water in colored bottles, through prism or crystals, and they can also increase or decrease colors in your body, and the effect would be good. And other thing is related to Lesia. So Lesia also have some colors as per Jainism. So suppose we have black color in great number in our body, then we can suggest our clients or any person that you should eat white, see white, become white, and behave like white. So that's the also color therapy. Other thing is mantra chanting, mantra based healing. We all know mantra is nothing to evoke. It's not invocation actually, but it's sound therapy, some vibrational therapy, and mind therapy. Actually, it calms our mind, and it actually emotionally it can better your behavior or life. So other thing is Preksha Dhyana. So Acharya Mahapragya also written a good book on this, and most of people are also aware of this. So can we find out determine the cancer or TB or such diseases? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. How? Let's see. So they after analyzing 2000 more than 2000 kundlis, we have found that cancer happens in multiple observed cases. It is identified that long-term Saturn or Rahu malefic influences combined with elemental fire imbalance. So अग्नि तत्व यदि कम ज्यादा होता है, उसमें malefic effect है. शनि और राहु का उसमें संबंध है और बहुत सारी ऐसी चीजें, तो उससे हम पता लगा सकते हैं कि क्या कैंसर होने की संभावना है, किस राशि में वो स्थित है। ये मैं हिंदी में बोल रहा हूँ बिकॉज ये हिंदी में ही स्टडी किया गया है, तो ये चीज है। तो आगे हम देखते हैं कि कैसे कर सकते हैं, कुंडली के माध्यम से मैं एग्जांपल देके बताऊंगा आपको। So what observations outcome happened? So reduce anxiety and depressive symptoms after those therapies. The color meditation. Yeah, I am finishing to it. Yeah. Mantra practice, breath regulation. So we applied these therapies to cancer patients in parallel. We have not removed their medicines, but we have also introduced these things in parallel, and we found some good results. Reduce anxiety, depressive symptoms are reduced, improve tolerance, and enhance emotional acceptance of illness. So these are some observed outcomes. Similarly, for TB cases, there are lunar application and water element imbalance. It's the main cause we have found. So again, we have suggested some remedies to balance the EPA element. So one more thing. Animal sacrifice, harmful ritualism, and dependency creation and fear-based prognostications. We Jainism strictly prohibits these things. So let's come to charts now. So this is the basic chart where we can find these are nakshatras and these are bhavas. So for example, there is a kundli. In fifth house, there is number 4. There is Mangal and Rahu बैठा हुआ है, उसके सामने चंद्रमा केतु और शनि बैठे हुए हैं। तो चंद्रमा केतु और जो शनि है वो देख रहे हैं मंगल और राहु को। 5 ग्रहों का, 9 ग्रह में से 5 ग्रह एक ही एक्सिस में आ चुके हैं, प्लस जो पंचम भाव का जो कारक है वो होता है आपका गुरु, है ना, वो लग्न में बैठ के बहुत ही मजबूती से बैठा हुआ है। किंतु पंचम भाव में मंगल नीच राशि बैठा है, राहु उसके साथ बैठा है, शनि की उसके ऊपर दृष्टि है, केतु की उसके ऊपर दृष्टि है, चंद्रमा शनि मिलके भी योग बना रहा है। और ये सब हो रहा है 4 नंबर में और 5वें हाउस में हो रहा है। तो इससे हम डिटरमाइन कर सकते हैं कि 4 और 5 का संबंध बन रहा है कि इसमें मंगल जो है वो अग्नि का प्रतीक है और अग्नि के साथ में राहु बैठ के इम्बैलेंस कर रहा है उसको 4 नंबर की राशि में और 5वें भाव में। तो हम इस चार्ट से जैसे देखेंगे भाई, चतुर्थ भाव और पंचम भाव को देखेंगे। पंचम भाव में है, यस, जस्ट वन सेकंड। सो दीज आर सम कलर्स। तो हम ये बस ये करके खत्म करो। पंचम भाव जो है वो किसके संबंधित है? तो ये पेट के संबंधित है और चतुर्थ भाव आपके फेफड़ों से संबंधित है। तो इस रोगी को टीबी भी था और आमाशय का कैंसर भी था और ही डाइड एक्चुअली। सो ये जो कुंडली है उससे हम पता लगा सकते हैं, मतलब इस तरीके से हम पता लगा सकते हैं। तो जस्ट these are some points in our palms related to different angas, and there is nakshatras and vanaspati, so we can also suggest vanaspati therapy, and these are some colors, so whatever is missing we can suggest. So these are some, so these are some reasons. Actually there is a limited of time, so I am leaving here only. So anyone can ask me if there is any question in the evening time. Thank you. Thank you everybody.
Thank you, sir. Moving towards the next session. Before this, we have a felicitation of sir. Sir, please 1 minute.
Thank you for your insightful research. I request Dr. Sailesh Mehta sir to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Manish sir.
Going towards the next presentation, Dr. Riana. Our topic is effect of performing Kamasana on flexibility of lower back structures.
Pranam and Jai Jinendra to all of your present. So my topic is effect of performing Kamasana on the flexibility of lower back structures. So, basically, Khamashna being one of the most dynamic posture assumed by during various prayers of what we do like Guru Vandan, Samayik Pratikaman, it has its it has to pay homage. Khamashna is performed moving 5 parts of the body, namely 2 hands, 2 knees, and forehead. So basically, this is the posture of Khamashna. So we decided to do a study on it. Is it the posture is having any effect on flexibility? So flexibility is the ability of the muscles and joints and soft tissues to move through unrestricted pain-free range. So the main focus was on flexibility, and then we also focused on the thoracolumbar fascia, which is a fascia of the which occupies the thoracic and the lumbar muscles into it, and we also checked for the lumbar spine range of motion. So the lumbar spine supports the upper body, and then basically the lumbar spine is used to transfer weight from lower body to the upper body. So we had taken these three main components, and aim of the study was to find the association between practicing Khamashna and its effects on the flexibility. So this was because previous literature suggests that performing religious poses have good effect on flexibility among practitioners. Kamashna being one of the frequently performed in Jainism, therefore we want to check the effect on the lumbar flexibility.
So I'll explain the methodology of the study. So the study was an observational cross-section study. Ethical approval was taken from the Sumandeep Vidyapeeth Institutional Ethical Committee, and study locations were different temple of the Vadodras. We collected the data from the 280 different individuals. So inclusion criteria was the adults who were between the age of 18 to 60 years, who were at least performing 3 Kamashna per day, 3 Kamashna for 2 days in a week, both genders. We excluded people who were not able to perform Kamashna or were having pain while performing Kamashna. We also excluded the people who underwent the surgical procedure for spinal fracture. We excluded the athletes, people who were performing yoga or were going to the gym. So study duration was for 1 year. Materials are listed below. Outcome measure, we use V-sit and list test and modified focus test. Next. Moving towards the procedure, to assess the range of motion from the lumbar spine, we use modified scoper test. So this test was used. In this, we asked patient to move their spine forward and backward. With the help of this test, we assess what is the range of the lumbar spine. To assess the flexibility, we sit and reach test. Here we ask the participants to sit in a long sitting position with both their feet apart, and a 15 inch marker was placed in between. Then we ask the patient to keep their back straight and perform forward bending. So this way we assess the lumbar flexibility. Data analysis was performed by IBM SPSS Statistics 22 version. So normality data was found using Komrow's scrutiny test. Weight and BMI were following the normal distribution, but rest other parameters were not following the normal distribution. So to find out the correlation between the Kamashana and the sit and reach test and correlationship between Kamashana and modified scopus test, Spearman rank was used. For the result, my colleague will help.
So the data sample which we collected had a median range of 40 age group around 42, and the height was 161 centimeter with a weight of 63.1 kgs and BMI of 23.8 this. And we found a strong as the R value we got was 0.728, which indicates a strong positive correlation. So we established a strong correlation between Khamashna and V-sit and reach test, and a moderate correlation of Khamashna and modified Scobus test. So to conclude, the study concludes that regular practice of Khamashna is significantly associated with better flexibility of the lower back structures. So basically, if a person is performing Thamashna at least for minimum 2 to 3 times a week and a minimum of 3 Thamashnas, it is showing that the flexibility of the lumbar structures is improving. That is what we found out from the study, but this was a one-time study. We had just taken like the people who are performing. So I would that is the limitation of the study, that it was a cross-sectional one-time study. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your valuable contribution. I request Dr. Ashish Shah sir to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Rian Ahar and Dr. Sayyam Shah. Sir Dr. Sailesh Mehta and Sir Dr. Ashish Shah for our session chair.
So we conclude first session over here and we hand over next chair first.
I would really like to thank Sumandeep to give me the opportunity to conduct this research, because university had funded this research, and I am really grateful to Ashish sir. उन्होंने भी हमारी काफी हेल्प करी थी. So thank you. Now I welcome Dr. Manish Mehta sir and Dr. Suresh Rathi sir to chair the next session. Dr. Manish Mehta is a senior leader of JAINA, the Federation of Jain Association in North America, USA. He currently serves as the chairman of the JAINA Jain Diaspora Committee and vice president in the Midwest region. With a truly global background spanning East Africa, India, Singapore, and United States, Dr. Mehta brings rich international perspective to Jain leadership. He has been actively involved in Jain community service, long-range planning, and academic initiatives, and is a respected voice on Jain diaspora and a heritage worldwide. Dr. Suresh Kumar Rathi, a qualified medical epidemiologist, health specialist, and a skilled researcher with a rich experience in research of more than 20 years. Currently associated with Mamta Health Director and Research, he was also associated with Indian Institute of Public Health, Hyderabad, and has a significant number of research publications of 50 in peer-reviewed journal as author and co-author.
Can you all hear me? Very good. So it's a pleasure and honor to serve as session chair, or moderator, or facilitator, and I'm glad to do it with Dr. Suresh Rathi. Without further ado, we'll just start with the first speaker is Dr. Muskan Jain on the topic, the health benefits of fasting and dietary practices in Jainism and Ayurvedic perspective. And Dr. Rathi has very kindly offered to continue to monitor time. So hopefully we'll keep everybody in check, and please cooperate with us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, judgment to all respected chairperson and esteemed guests. Myself, Dr. Muskan Jain, second year PG scholar from All India Institute of Ayurveda, New Delhi. Today my topic is the health benefits of Jain fasting and dietary Jain practices through an Ayurveda perspective. When we heard about the fasting, we think of deprivation. Jain fasting is not starvation, it's a precise regulation of Agni, that is digestive fire according to Ayurveda. Today, I will show you how Jain dietary practices and Jain fasting follows the Ayurvedic basic principles or Ayurveda physiology. Jainism, Jain fasting and dietary restraint mainly focuses on spiritual practices, whereas Ayurveda mainly focuses on Agni, dosas balance, and Am, that is toxins, and dosas balance. My aim is not focuses on religious comparison, but the correlation, functional correlation between the Jain fasting and dietary habits with the Ayurveda. How Ayurveda correlates with the Jain fasting, and how Jain fasting works on Agni, that is digestive fire, metabolism, and detoxification. Jain restraints rooted in ahimsa, tapa, and the Ayurveda considered Ahar a fundamental pillar of the life and health linked to well-being. Ayurvedic foundation of well-being. Ayurveda mainly focuses on three of system, that is Ahar, Nidra, and Brahmacharya, and Agni, that is digestive fire, and dosas balance. Vata, Pitta, Kapha is the three dosha in the Ayurveda, and the metabolic toxins, undigested food matters that accumulates and leads to disease, preventing arm formation. Arm formation is the key. Jain dietary philosophy, a part of ahimsa and restraints. Jain philosophy based on the restraint, timing, and the simplicity. I will discuss about the ahimsa, paramo dharma, restraint and consciousness, daytime eating, and the fasting for purification. Firstly, I will discuss about the Ekashan Bhojan. Ekashan Bhojan, the power of single meal. It is not a extreme fasting. It is a kind of fasting. In Ayurveda text, Kal Bhojan Arogya Karanam is mentioned, and Ekashan Bhojan is Sukha Parinam Kara. It means single meal indicates leads to easy digestion and assimilation, along with the proper digestion. It boosts metabolism, supports Agni, promotes lightness and mental clarity also. Ayambil and oily fasting. It is a qualitative kind of langhan, decreasing digestive load without full abstinence, avoids taste and answer, consuming only specific unspicy foods once a day, emphasizing purity and simplicity. It helps to balances dosas, mainly the pitta and kapha dosas, because Ayambil is a kind of ras parityag. It now comes to Dvikal Bhojan, sustaining strength and preventing arm. In a Ayurveda text, Charak Samhita, Acharya Charak is mentioned in Shloka. Deva Prabhudatte Arkena Hityam Pundrikavat Tashmin Vibuddhe Sutansi Sfutitam Yanti Sarvasaha. It means by the daytime, in the sun, presence of the sun, the heart is awakened like a lotus flower. When heart is awakened, it means all the channels are fully opened. It indicates to active physiologically and functional activation of the body during daytime. So it can support Ratri Bhojan Tyag in Jainism. I can say Ayurveda is also supports the Ratri Bhojan Tyag. Long-term fasting, Anushan, Jain philosophy more focuses on self-purification and unattachment, while Ayurveda focuses on the arm intense langhan for arm accumulation, cough and overnourishment. Individualized approach, that is Yukti. Ayurveda not generalize the answer. It focuses on Yukti. It must be assessed by the nature of individual, prakriti of individual, age of individual. After assessment of the individual, we can perform Anushan. Mental and ethical dimension. Jain fasting regulates behavior, not just biochemistry. In Anushan and Upavas, I will give an example. If we keep adding fuel without clearing ash, it will produce smoke. That's why Anushan is essential for regulation of Agni, that is better, that is digestive fire. Conclusion. Conclusion is metabolism, Jain dietary habits and Jain fasting regulates the metabolism, and ethics regulates the behavior. So we can say they both prevent diseases. This is the research methodology. If we follow the Jain dietary habits and fasting, we will not lead to prevent. We will not lead to lifestyle disorders. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muskan Jain, for that wonderful and brief presentation. I wish we could have heard more about the results, but perhaps at a future meeting. Our second speaker is Dr. Aditya Jain on the topic of sattvic diet and vegetarianism. Is he here?
Jai Jain or Om Namah Sitebhya. My topic is sattvic diet and vegetarianism. It's a broad topic for now. I'll shorten it down or I'll be more specific. My entire topic is sattvic diet and vegetarianism, a comparative analysis of Jain ethics and modern nutritional science. My research paper and my entire topic, which I'm presenting now, is divided in 3 subtopics. I'll get to that shortly. First, my topic. When I was a bit younger than what I am now today, whenever I used to go to restaurants with my parents or in an airplane, they used to ask 3 things. One thing regarding food. They used to give 3 options. Would you like to have non-vegetarian food, vegetarian food, or Jain food? And during that time, I used to question Jain food and vegetarian food. Are these 2 different things? Because in vegetarian food, you're not consuming meat. So in Jain food, you're not consuming meat as well. So these are 2 same things, right? Now I've come to realize these are 2 different things at broadly. And there are 3 things now, not only vegetarian diet, Jain diet, but also vegan diet. And what makes Jain diet different from these 2 things? It's the psychology of Jain diet. It is not focusing on physical health at all. And I'll get to that shortly. My PPT. My topic in the research paper as well is divided in 3 portions. We'll first encounter the philosophical portion of diet. By philosophical, I mean its origin as well. Where did sattvic diet or the idea of vegetarian food, where did that come from? Then we'll move to the physical, the main part of food, which we associate food with, to your physical health, your nutrients, your deficiencies regarding vegetarian health, everything. And then at last, which is also the basis of Jain diet, the psychological, in which we'll discuss the mental state, the emotional state, and the purity of a sattvic diet. Now, I explained sattvic diet in the philosophical roots. We have Jainism, Buddhism, and Hinduism. Now, all 3 of these claim to be the earliest. If we are looking at Jainism, our own religion, we claim to be Adinath, to begin from Adinath Bhagwan, the first Tirthankar. But historians have only proved up till Neminath Bhagwan or Sri Krishna. And if they prove Sri Krishna or Neminath Bhagwan, they are not only proving Jainism, but also Hinduism altogether. And then we have Buddhism as well, which claims to be the earliest. So I have included all 3, starting that these 3 are the basis of vegetarian diet. These 3 were the ones that started with it. I then started with Western philosophy. We all know about our Indian philosophy and our Indian philosophers, which religions do what. but I have started with Western philosophers as well. Plato, Pythagoras, these all supported vegetarian diets, and I have written as well. The Greek philosopher Pythagoras is considered the father of ethical vegetarianism. The Pythagorean way of life was followed by a number of important personalities and influenced vegetarian nutrition. Stoic teachers like Rufus prescribed a minimal diet of readily available foods, seasonal fruits, raw vegetables, milk, cheese. Rufus also advocates lacto-vegetarian foods that are least expensive and most readily available. Now, these are their opinions. I'll move forward a few lines and you'll see them criticizing those who don't follow a vegetarian diet. Diogenes says that those who eat lot of meat seem slow-witted. He even quotes Socrates saying that the majority of people live to eat, but he ate to live. These are not my words, these are words of philosophers. I am not being rude, I am not trying to demotivate anyone or demoralize anyone. These are words of philosophers that existed way before me and you. Rufus believes because we obsessively embellish our food's presentation and fuss over what we eat and how we prepare it merely to amuse our palates. That we focus more on its preparation, how it looks, how it tastes, forgetting that food is the basic fuel for the body. It's nothing more for the body. Your body wouldn't care if your food looks good, if it's more presentable to you, it will only care about the nutrition it provides. There are many more. I can keep on going. I have written at least 3 to 4 pages about different philosophers and their opinion. Many of them have written many things. I will not go into that. I will move forward with my own. Buddhism, Hinduism, Sikhism, and Jainism. I'll move directly towards Jainism. Now, Jainism promotes a rather strict diet. It kind of eliminates your food levels by that. If I hope that's, I think my image is in the way, but I'll try to describe it. Your first thing, even in vegetarian diet, that you should eat is animal products, alcohol, and honey. And the reasons are all listed in the paper. They have to do with the correlation with your mind and your emotions. Animal products, those who consume animal derived products, not animal products like meat, fish, etc. These and alcohol, these correlate with your emotions, your purity, your spiritual purity. Then you move forward by banning the consumption of root and underground vegetables. You then go a step forward with multiple seeded and terrestrial items, and then you take it a step further by consuming only filtered water, eating before sunset, environmental restrictions, and whatnot. Now, these are the pillars of Genesis. You can locate yourself in any one of these. I hope no one's in the last one, but everyone is above where we don't eat root and underground vegetables or multiple seeded fruits and all that. Multiple seeded foods, we have bhindi and all that. Some believe, some don't consume bhindi for the same reason of ahimsa and all, but it's all there as well. People consume it, people don't. In a rather strict diet, you only consume filtered water, you only eat before sunset, etc. Now, scientific views and our theories. We have obesity, heart disease, diabetes, microbial safety and hygiene, mental health and emotional equilibrium, and metabolic improvement. These are all common points between science and a Jain diet, including the sunset rule, which matches your human circadian rhythm, and stale food, which Jains do not eat, and even science backs it up by saying it has a higher microorganism level, hence the consumption is not preferred. Then, a questionnaire was conducted between Jain people, and this will include your participation as well. Now, Jain diet, or people claim a Jain or a vegetarian diet has nutrient deficiencies. You have B12 deficiency, you have protein deficiency. People cannot reach those levels that science has labeled as minimum. A questionnaire was conducted in which these two questions are the main I want to draw your focus on. Do you consciously include protein rich foods in which only 24% labeled as yes, we included dairy. Are you aware of basic nutritional concepts, out of which only again 20% voted as yes, we are very aware, means we are fully aware of what we eat, what we consume. If I ask the question now, we had lunch. The lunch was delicious in my opinion. If I ask you a question, how many people were completely silent during the lunch session, who did not speak at all while the consumption of food? The first speaker of today labeled this as a healthy habit of eating food silently. They said this as a healthy habit that your mind should be able to focus on what you're eating, and yet these are not in our practice. Meaning, or I want to divert your attention on one thing. The problem does not lie with the diet. The problem lies with habits. People don't know what they're consuming. People are not aware of every nutrient that their body needs. Hence, they don't know what they're consuming. Hence, their habits come in between of their health and they end up blaming the diet. If I was invited on this stage and I wasn't able to speak, I got nervous, I started shivering, I did not get my words right, would you blame me or would you blame this mic? Or would you blame this podium or would you blame the stage? The blame would fall upon me. If you're not meeting your nutrients, the blame doesn't fall on the diet, it falls on the habit of the person. These are basic needs of the body. If I dive into it, I'll take a lot of time. We move forward. Vegetarian treatment. If I label this entirely as a vegetarian treatment, I feel like this would be an insult to modern nutrition or modern medical practices. So I can say that these fruits or these food items that I have listed help in these diseases or help in the prevention of these diseases as well. So if I take insomnia, we have grapes, apple, or their juice. These are all Ayurvedic and mentioned in our own text as well. If you are dealing with pimples, take lemon water. We'll move forward. Okay. Now in diet, we have seen the philosophical part, the physical part, and now the most important psychological factor. Food beyond nutrition. Even in my research paper, I labeled it as that. One question was asked to one of a Jain practitioner or a Jain monk, you can say. He was asked, why do people that are Jain are able to understand Jain texts better than those who are not Jain or consume meat? Why are they not able to understand texts better? And the answer was related to purity, not spiritual purity, but mind purity first. He said or he claimed that a person who consumes meat on a daily basis, or a person who does not follow a vegetarian diet, a sattvic, a pure diet, his mind, his emotions aren't in balance. He isn't pure enough to understand Jain texts or Jain scriptures or shastras or whatever you call it. So whatever you consume, whatever food items you take, whatever food items you like, it has a direct correlation with your emotions, with what you think, your conscious, your subconscious mind. It affects it directly. And then again, the point holds of spiritual purity as well. You cannot assume that a person who eats meat on a daily basis, who enjoys eating meat on a daily basis, can be spiritual. For the emotion part, you can see the last question. Do you believe a Jain diet promotes mental clarity and emotional balance? Over 90% people listed yes for that answer. My last exercise. I feel like if there were more students present here, they would be able to recognize this image. So I'll just brief on where this image was taken from. Sumandeep Vidyapeeth's hostel mess. I found these two lines of quotes, you can say, stuck to their wall. The first is, you don't have to cook fancy or complicated masterpieces, just good food from fresh ingredients. Just whatever I said in the philosophical part, it sums it up. And the last, so many people spend their health gaining wealth and then have to spend their wealth to regain their health. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aditya Jain. Right on time. Our next speaker is Dr. Sonal Jain Jaiswal on the topic of integrating Jain values with Garbh Sanskar, a holistic intelligence model for maternal and fetal well-being. And I'm sorry we are giving her such little time. She was a special invited speaker at the Jaina convention held last year in July in Chicago, and did an amazing job and built a very large fan base from that speech she gave. So on with it. Thank you.
Jai Jinendra. First of all, I'd like to thank all the esteemed speakers who just spoke before me, because आप लोगों ने मेरी जॉब को बहुत आसान कर दिया है. मैं बहुत स्ट्रेस में थी कि इतनी बड़ी डीप टॉपिक जो ऑलमोस्ट 300 पेजेस में मैंने बुक में कवर की है, उसको मात्र 10 मिनट में कैसे समेटूंगी. बट आप सबके सहयोग से, विद द हेल्प ऑफ ऑल ऑफ यू, half of my job, in fact, most of my job is done, and I'm very relaxed now. So, getting started with the presentation. Integrating Jain values with Garbh Sanskar, a holistic intelligence model for maternal and fetal well-being. Yeah. So, जब गर्भ संस्कार की बात आती है, तो एक नाम हम बिल्कुल भूल ही नहीं सकते. The one name that comes to our mind. Can anybody help me with that? अभिमन्यु. Yes, bang on. मतलब मुझे लगा था सब सो गए होंगे अब तक after lunch and so many sessions, but thank you सब जागे हुए. So Abhimanyu, the name comes in our mind instantly. Why? Because अभिमन्यु ने माँ के गर्भ में चक्रव्यूह में घुसना सीखा था. ये बहुत important प्रसंग है गर्भ संस्कार समझने के लिए. Why? Because it teaches us lot many things about this deep topic of गर्भ संस्कार. That number one, learning happens in the womb. अभिमन्यु सीखा चक्रव्यूह में घुसना माँ के गर्भ में. Number one, learning happens in the womb. Number two, माँ सुभद्रा जैसे ही सो गई, अभिमन्यु ने सीखना बंद कर दिया. यानी this is symbolic. सो गई मतलब क्या? उनकी कॉन्शियसनेस वहां से हट गई, उनका ध्यान वहां से हट गया, उनकी माइंडफुलनेस वहां से डिस्ट्रैक्ट हो गई. राइट? तो जब तक मदर कनेक्टेड रहती है, माइंडफुल रहती है, तब तक बच्चा वूम में सीखता है. जैसे मदर डिस्कनेक्ट हो जाती है, बच्चा सीखना बंद कर देता है. And what does that teach us? That learning happens in the womb. Of all those things, mother is mindful about. मदर जो चीज माइंडफुली कर रही है, बच्चा वो सीख रहा है. तीसरा, माँ सुभद्रा ने सीखा चक्रव्यूह में घुसना. Did she learn? No, she didn't learn. But अभिमन्यु learned. माँ सुभद्रा नहीं सीखी, अभिमन्यु सीखा. यानी कि जब बेबी गर्भ में है, तब मदर बहुत सारी चीजें कर रही हैं, उसका उन पर पता नहीं कितना इम्पैक्ट हो, बट बेबी पर exponential times ज्यादा impact होता है. I will come to why in my next slide. So basically, Garbh Sanskar is all the values that are instilled in the womb, where mother is your first teacher, womb is the divine school, and जो learning होती है, वो सिर्फ 9 महीने की learning नहीं है, वो 90 years की भी learning नहीं है. लिखने में अच्छा लगता है. In just 9 months, it's not even 9 months learning, it's a learning of lifetime, learning for generations. क्योंकि आप जब एक अच्छे बच्चे को पैदा करते हो, वो सिर्फ एक बच्चा नहीं होता है, वो generations को तारता है. So it's so important. आज के परिपेक्ष में, when there is so much of distraction due to social media and everything, Garbh Sanskar is gaining more and more importance. It's very important. Now, what are the benefits of Garbh Sanskar? 80% of brain development happens in the womb. A child is born with 100 billion cells when the child is born. That's why mother नहीं सीखती है, बच्चा सीखता है. Mother का 80% brain develop नहीं हो रहा है, उसका हो चुका, बच्चे का हो रहा है. So learning happens exponentially in the womb. Every minute 2.5 lakh neurons are getting developed. Brain development starts from 16th day of conception. Even before the mother gets to know I'm pregnant, उसे पता चलता है 1 महीने बाद. बच्चे का brain development उससे काफी पहले शुरू हो चुका है. Helps developing eternal bond between the mother and the child, जो आज actually में बहुत बड़ा issue हो रखा है parenting में. Helps in protection of womb, diseases of inheritance can be controlled, and develops the PQ, IQ, EQ, and SQ of the unborn child. Physical quotient, intellectual quotient, emotional quotient, and spiritual quotient. All the quotients are beautifully developed in the womb itself. So you are able to create the divine child of your dreams. Now, Dr. Howard Gardner in 1983 in Harvard University, he came up with a very amazing theory of multiple intelligences, जिसमें डॉक्टर गार्डनर ने 9 इंटेलिजेंस बताया जिसके द्वारा हम अपने ब्रेन की फंक्शनिंग करते हैं, हम कोई भी काम करते हैं या तो वो इंटेलिजेंस नहीं तो कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ इंटेलिजेंसेस होता है. The first intelligence is bodily kinesthetic intelligence, that is brain body coordination. एक क्रिकेटर है वो राइट टाइम पे बैट घुमा के छक्का लगा देता है. That is what it is, his bodily intelligence. एक डांसर है जो म्यूजिक को सुन के परफेक्ट मुद्रा कर लेती है, परफेक्ट फीट वर्क कर लेती है. That is bodily kinesthetic intelligence. Then comes logical reasoning intelligence. I don't need to talk about it. We all know हमारा मैथमेटिकल कंप्यूटेशन स्किल्स और लॉजिकल इंटेलिजेंस. वर्बल इंटेलिजेंस, जो मैं आज बात कर रही हूँ, उतने स्पीकर्स बात कर रहे हैं, हम सब सुन रहे हैं, समझ रहे हैं. These are all a part of our the verbal intelligence. Then comes spatial intelligence, artificial intelligence. जब ये यूनिवर्सिटी बना नहीं था, एक बैरन लैंड था, तब किसी ने विजुअलाइज किया था ये इस तरह से बनेगा. That is what spatial intelligence, visual intelligence is all about. Musical intelligence, all about music. Then comes naturalistic intelligence. It is about plants, animals, the 5 elements of nature. Earth, water, fire, ether, and space. So this is naturalistic intelligence. Interpersonal intelligence, me and you, two human beings bonding, connecting. That's interpersonal. Intrapersonal, introspection, खुद को समझना, अपने आप को समझना. That's intrapersonal, my relationship with myself. Then finally, existential intelligence. Why I exist, why I come. आज सुबह वर्षा जी ने कहा that one factor very important, purpose. What is the purpose of my life? So this all comes in the domain of existential intelligence. So these are the 9 intelligences with which we function. This was proposed and researched by Dr. Howard Gardner. Now, when I did my doctorate in Garbha Sanskar, I came up with my model, which is Sonal's intelligence model for holistic development. And with the grace of God, it got copyrighted by Government of India. In this model, I partitioned these 9 intelligences into 4 portions: PQ, IQ, EQ, SQ. Because whenever I used to ask any of my moms, आपको कैसा बेबी चाहिए? They used to say best. मुझे आज तक कोई मदर नहीं मिली जो कहे कि थोड़ा मोड़ा जैसा तैसा चलेगा. हर मदर कहती है मेरा बेबी बेस्ट होना चाहिए, चाहे वो मेरी काम वाली बाई हो, चाहे कोई बहुत इंटेलिजेंट एजुकेटेड वुमेन हो. हर मदर को बेस्ट बेबी उनके कॉन्शियसनेस से चाहिए होता है. बट व्हाट इज द डेफिनेशन ऑफ बेस्ट? बिकॉज तब मुझे प्रॉब्लम हुई कि बेस्ट तो इन्होंने कह दिया, मैंने कहा भी हाँ बेस्ट बेबी को अपने क्रिएट करने की कोशिश करेंगे, बट व्हाट इज द डेफिनेशन? एंड दैट gave me food for thought and some divine insight out of nowhere. मुझे डॉक्टर हार्वर्ड गार्डनर की कहाँ से याद आ गई, and then I just sat and some divine insight which helped me in partitioning the 9 intelligences into these 4 portions. PQ, physical quotient, is all about bodily kinesthetic. IQ is what? IQ is skill-based technical know-how. So that is verbal, logical, visual, and mathematical. Then comes EQ. EQ is emotional quotient. Relationship with myself, that's intrapersonal. Relationship with others, that is interpersonal. And as per our Jain religion, things don't end, emotions don't end between human beings. It extends to the entire universe. Plants, animals, and 5 elements of nature. That is naturalistic intelligence. And then comes SQ, spiritual quotient. That is my existential intelligence. So these 9 intelligences were divided into PQ, IQ, PQ, and SQ. And when a mother focuses on all these 9 intelligences like this, then she's able to work on the PQ, IQ, EQ, and SQ of the child in the womb. So now comes the most important part of my presentation, दिस वाज जस्ट अ बैकग्राउंड कि हम जैन थ्योरी जैन फिलोसफी से कैसे हम पीक्यू आईक्यू ईक्यू और एसक्यू को डेवलप कर सकते हैं एंड फॉर दैट आई हैव ऑलरेडी थैंक्ड एंड लॉट ऑफ ग्रैटिट्यूड सबने मेरा काम बहुत आसान कर दिया है आई जस्ट नीड टू show the slides because everybody has spoken in great depth with so much of insight. So PQ is all about your bodily kinesthetic intelligence, your brain body coordination. So brain body coordination कैसे होगा when you're having the right kind of diet. तो हमारा जैन धर्म जो है वो हर चीज की बात करता है. What, when, how and why to eat. Everything is covered in the Jain philosophy. अभी इसके ठीक पहले आदित्य जी was giving his presentation. He covered in great depth about the Jain food. फिर कब खाना चाहिए, कैसा खाना चाहिए, 24 होना चाहिए, सात्विक आहार होना चाहिए, अहिंसा का पालन होना चाहिए, भोजन विधि सही होनी चाहिए, देश काल के अनुकूल हमारा आहार होना चाहिए. Everything is covered in the Jain philosophy. So when a mother eats like this, then her PQ gets developed. Then again, proper sleep cycle is very important part of PQ. So हमारा Jain धर्म is all about circadian rhythm, which we have spoken in great depth since morning. Then adequate exercising and breath work, which is like yoga, pranayam, हमारा कायोत्सर्ग है, तप है, संयम है, प्राण संयम है. All these things we focus a lot in our Jain principles. ये सब हमारे Jain principles का ये. And focuses on brain-body coordination. When we take so much of care with the sattvic diet, circadian rhythm, and everything, our body is not a slave. Our body, it does not make we are not a slave to our body. Our body is able to handle. When we follow all our Jain principles very well, we are able to develop the PQ of the child. Coming to IQ. So, Jain doctrine recognizes intellectual intelligence as a skill-based faculty concerned with different parts of the brain, refined through conscious effort, that is पुरुषार्थ, and disciplined practice, that is तप. पुरुषार्थ और तप के द्वारा हम अपने लॉजिकल इंटेलिजेंस को, अपने इंटेलेक्चुअल इंटेलिजेंस को बहुत अच्छे से डेवलप कर सकते हैं. लॉजिकल स्किल्स, लॉजिकल इंटेलिजेंस डेवलप थ्रू विवेक and युक्ति, by activation of their brain, by solving puzzles, brain teasers, mathematical competitions, taking interest in strategy games like chess. When mothers do all these things, all these activities while she is pregnant, she is able to activate the left brain, the logical brain of the child. Coming to linguistic skills, हमारे शुद्ध ज्ञान है, knowledge gained through listening, reading, and all these things. So mother is able to transfer the linguistic skills. I have got mothers who learn Sanskrit. और बच्चे जब पैदा होते हैं सीरियसली वो नॉर्मल बातें नहीं करते हैं, कुछ श्लोक बोलते हैं. 1.5 साल का बच्चा ऐसा श्लोक बोलता है कि आपको दंग रह जाओगे. मदर बोलती मुझे तो आता ही नहीं है. तो भाई आप नहीं सीख रहे थे, आप खाली सुन रहे थे. सीख हो रहा था, जिससे सीखना है वो सीख रहा था. So I've got my mothers who learn German, who learn Spanish, who learn Sanskrit, and the child speaks it so flawlessly when they are born because they learn everything in the womb. Then musical skills. Jain philosophy acknowledges the power of music, Nan, and its impact of mental purity. And then comes spatial skills. Spatial skills is all about the higher level, higher order thinking. They can visualize things really, really well. So these skills together help in the overall development of the brain and leads to the increase in the intellectual quotient of the features. Coming to EQ, Jain philosophy works in great depth about EQ. When we talk about interpersonal skills, forgiveness, gratitude, and unconditional love. These are three pillars of interpersonal skill. हमारा प्रतिक्रमण, कृतज्ञ भाव और हमारा निस्वार्थ जो प्रेम है, ये जैन धर्म के बेसिक प्रिंसिपल्स है जो हमें इंटरपर्सनल स्किल्स सिखाते हैं. Coming to intrapersonal skills, हमारा जो अनेकांतवाद का जो फिलॉसफी है, where we don't see, we don't want to impose ourselves on everybody, where we see everything in their own perspective, that helps us to develop our intrapersonal skills. तो हमारा जो समभाव की फिलॉसफी है, जहाँ हम हर चीज को एक बैलेंस पर्सपेक्टिव से देखने की कोशिश करते हैं, that helps us to develop our intrapersonal skills. Samai, inner reflections, these are small things जो हमारी चर्या में already included है, जो हमें intrapersonल skills develop करने में help करता है. Naturalistic, इसके बारे में तो मुझे बताना ही नहीं है. जैन धर्म जितना केयर करता है अबाउट द वर्ल्ड एट लार्ज, उतना कोई भी नहीं करता. राइट, हमारा जो अहिंसा का कॉन्सेप्ट है, जीव दया का कॉन्सेप्ट है, ये सब हमारे नेचुरल स्किल्स को ब्यूटीफुली डेवलप करता है. एंड देन कमिंग टू फाइनली द एग्जिस्टेंशियल स्किल्स. सो जो जैन धर्म का कॉन्सेप्ट है सोल एंड बॉडी के बारे में, और अभी आगे और प्रेजेंटेशंस भी होने वाले हैं जिसपे हम इसको और डिटेल में समझने वाले हैं. तो एग्जिस्टेंशियल स्किल्स के बारे में जैन धर्म बहुत ब्यूटीफुली हमें एक्सप्लेन करता है, जो ध्यान के द्वारा, मंत्र चैंटिंग के द्वारा, प्रार्थना, मौन, सेवा, स्वाध्याय, सामायिक, प्रतिक्रमण, हमारे पास complete tools है by which we can develop our own IQ. And on the basis of this, I have अच्छा mother जो है वो जो चाहे I give the option to my mother. आपको क्या चाहिए आपको बेबी में डेवलप करना है? They prepare their own list. If I want my child to be great at music, this, then they prepare their beautiful daily routine. They start working on those activities. And not necessarily the mother learns, but the child learns for sure. And finally, on the basis of all these things, I developed my app. And in this, the mothers get activities, 9 activities or 9 intelligence on a daily basis, by which the neural pathways of the brain gets developed. So, this is my final slide. By implementing the Jain way of living marked by discipline, tap, sanyam, aparigraha, conscious conduct, the expectant mother transforms pregnancy from a biological process to a sacred journey of soul to soul transmission. The womb thus becomes not merely a physical space, but a spiritual classroom where the foundations of holistic intelligence are gently yet powerfully laid. So this was a small presentation. If you want to learn more, know more about health and stuff, you can grab a copy of my book. It's available on Amazon. It's Manifestation Through Health and stuff. And thank you so much. I feel I exceeded a couple of minutes. I'm sorry about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jaiswal. I know you were running a tough race here. Our next speaker is Professor Dr. Abhijit Chatterjee on the topic bridging traditions, Jain psychological concepts and homeopathic approaches to emotional suppression and psychosomatic health. Thank you, Abhijit. Good afternoon to all of you, respected speakers, distinguished guests, and dear students. I'm a homeopathist, I'm a psychometrician. I'm a homeopathist, psychometrician, and working as a professor in homeopathic medical college, Sumandeep Homeopathic Medical College, in Metria Medica. Metria Medica means that is the medicine of homeopathy. That is called Metria Medica, the HOP. And I'm also a student, a PhD student of Jain study, first year. As we know, we can start. As we know that Jainism is a 3,000 years tradition, culture, very structured form, where the ethical values, spiritual freedom are marked. Ahimsa, Anikantavad, Shriyadvad, and Karma theory, which is already practiced. On other hand, homeopathy. Homeopathy is a very modern medical science. Only 230 years. Invented at Germany in 1796. And WHO, World Health Organization, already given as a second largest alternative system of the medicines. 100 countries worldwide practice homeopathy, and 27% remarkable annual growth in homeopathic medicine companies are there, so the consumptions are moved worldwide. In next 12 minutes, I will connect the Jain philosophy and the homeopathic philosophy to show how the ancient wisdom and the modern science can work hands in hand to promote holistic health and ethical living.
This one? Right one, yes, this one. This one.
You already have that. So, emotion. Emotion is a key factor today. It can break, it can make our health, mind, and our personality.
In homeopathy, the mind and emotion hold the very important factor for the identification of the medicines and identification of the disease too, and the progress of the disease. And particularly emotions create a equilibrium with our physical body, and when that equilibrium happens, we are called healthy. And when that equilibrium disbalance, we become disease condition. So we make it three pillars: a vision expanding health beyond the physical, a balance, harmonized body, mind, and consciousness, and growth, the fostering the emotional transformation. These principles empower the practitioners and the patient towards the compassionate comprehension and enduring the wellness. So, wellness model. Yes. Homeopathic principle, there are three pillars. We consider constitution, individualizations, and the miasm. Let me explain. Constitutions means which we inherit. Disease ऐसे ही तैयार नहीं होता है. We inherit the property from our paternal and maternal side, and the environmental factors particularly modified that. We have an example of COVID. Lots of beloved person we have lost, but many have exposed. Almost we all have exposed, but few are got affected and few are cured by own. Why that disparity happened? Any personal relations with COVID? No, it is due to our constitutions, because our constitutional effect and resistance of that particular disease. That is the most important thing. So for homeopathic treatment and practice, we prioritize the constitution of an individual. According to the constitution, we prescribe the medicines. Another most important, that is the individualizations. We have a different taste, we have a different nature, we have a different expressions. So our medicines also different. We have a different 3% having the diabetic mellitus, but the medicines will be different for the homeopathy according to the constitutional factors and environmental modifications. And another most important thing, the miasmatical factor, where I going to tally with the Jain philosophy and the miasm, particularly that's the main disease factor, psora, syphilis, and psychosis, which is the main factor for development of the disease. Psora cause the functional disturbances we all have, and the miasm, if you go through the dictionary meaning, it is the disease producing power. Psora is the functional disorder. Psychosis mainly cause the extra growth, and the syphilis particularly cause the distractions. And when we go to the Jain philosophical framework, Kashaya, that is the anger, grievance, these are the parts which are called the susceptibility, and the emotional component which comes under the Shora. When we are not able to control that, then expression part and exaggerations part happen. That will come under the psychotic nature. Karmic reflux also we can incorporate in the miasmatical theory. So, in the syphilitic part, particularly explain the distractions or the destructive part. It may be self-destructions or the destructions of the others, and the physiological and pathological area also. And that also covered in the Jain philosophy. Try to understand that all the emotional bondage that comes karmic influx and the bondage of the emotions, without the freeness of the bondage, it is very difficult to liberate. So in the medicines, in the homeopathic point of view, when we prescribe the medicines, we should understand the depthness of the emotions and how the emotional component particularly modified into the disease part. Same conditions, different constitutions, and the different medications. We believe that. We don't have any specific medications for the fever, for the diabetes, for the anything. Individual person have an individual disease development according to the constitution and the mathematical background, so that their medicines will be different. So suppose the acute anxiety may be and depression may be the same, but the cause of the anxiety and depression will indicate the different style of the medicine, which is constitutional medicine, which can cure the root cause. And we can say the karmic influx or the bondage of that particular karma. Just a minute. I will explain one case where she had a complaint of hypertension with osteoarthritis for the 7 years. We know that we have a specific medicines of the diabetic mellitus. We have a hypertension, osteoarthritis for the pain reliever, anything with all that. And patient also have taken that. How the emotional influence or emotional reflections can modify the symptoms that I want to show in that particular case. 58 years old lady with a widow from the Rajkot, her name I changed. Hypertension with osteoarthritis. She had a history of fall and injury. So after the case taking in homeopathy, there is a long case taking, present history, past history, personal choice, and after that we have given a medicine of arnica, which is very popular nowadays. Arnica have a property to the muscle relaxations as well as the if there is any hemorrhage that can reduce. So after given of the arnica, patient complaint reduced. But we have came to know that the every 3-4 months the complaints are recurring. Same pain, but there was no change in the hypertension level or any pathological level. The pain reduced temporarily. So we have retake the case after the 6 months. We have retake the case. So after the retaking, can you? Yes, fine. So after the retaking the case, there was no depressions. Suddenly, her husband died, but there was no depression as an age-related problem, age-related scenario. Her husband died, so there is nothing issue, no depression. So we cannot focus on the depression part. But we are not able to relieve the pain, and we are not able to relieve the symptoms. That is the fact. So according to the homeopathy, we dissect the emotional plane, and after the emotional dissections, we ask few questions. कि जब ये incident आपके साथ हुआ, the death हुआ, so what was the situation? Can you explain that? So she mentioned that सुबह का time था 4:30. Suddenly उनका husband उसको बोला कि छाती में दर्द है, एक ग्लास पानी मिलेगा? तो बोला मैं डॉक्टर को बुला के लेके आऊं? बोलो नहीं, डॉक्टर को बुलाने का जरूरत नहीं है, आप पानी लेके आइए, आई एम फाइन। पानी लेने के लिए गया और आने के बाद देखा कि बस गुजर गए हैं। पानी लेके आए और there was a sudden cardiac arrest happened. For homeopathic point of view, it was an event. It was an event of a person. But how we interpret that particular thing? She mentioned that 2-3 points. I don't have any regret कि the death हुआ. That is not the important thing. But we have a 32 years togetherness. मुझे पानी लेने के लिए उसने बोला और आने के बाद थोड़ा वेट नहीं कर सकते थे. That was the reflections and the emotional expressions of that lady. Now, how we interpret in the homeopathy? That is not a grief. That is a silent grief. And we say it is the sweetness of the face of grief. There is no revenge, no self-destruction, no destruction to others. आपने किया, आपने किया, आपने किया, अपने लिए मेरे ये चीज हुआ. Nothing. It is come. So anger and violence. Anger and violence. After giving the status idea was the medicines. After giving that medicines, pain reduced. How? Pain is a threshold. Pain, we cannot measure the pain. Pain is a threshold. When the emotional rigidity and the bondage according to the karma, that reduce, the pain will reduce. So pain reduce, hypertension part also reduce, but one thing remember, that is an age-related process. What are the changes? We cannot reduce that. And the patient was better. Yes, this is the correlation. Kashaya we can connect with the emotional suppression, karma, that is the mathematical predisposition, Sora syphilis and psychosis, Shambhava that is meditation, Sabhava that is the vital harmony, and Ahimsa that are ethical regulation, minimize the conflict and the gain, and Jiva that is the soul, which is the vital force. We consider in homeopathy, inside our body, one vital force is there which is controlling the total system, and that creates a balance. That is health. When the disharmony happens, vital force remains. That is disease. And for regaining the health, we need to restitute the vital force. That is the correlation. I want to conclude my presentation from a Rishi Aurobindo quotations. The spirit within us is the only all-efficient doctor, and submissions of the body to be the one true panacea. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vidyapeeth, very enlightening. I have to apologize, but because of the time stacking up this afternoon, I have to leave. Dr. Rathi has agreed to continue to chair and moderate this session. But unfortunately, Dr. Modi and myself and several others have to leave right now. So kindly excuse us and please continue with the program.
भाई ये डिटेक्ट नहीं हो रहा जय भाई इसमें डालो फटाफट हाँ वांधा नहीं है टाइम में अपने पास पेन ड्राइव मूव की तो बस टाइप सी में थोड़ा ट्राई करना टाइप सी में घुसत नाही पण ऑडिओ जॅक लगायला नाही काढू शकतो फाट सकते
Okay, we continue with our next session. Now we invite Dr. Pradanya. Her title is Nigoda to Neurotransmitter, translating Jain ethics into chronobiological nutrition and microbiome health. Members.
Namaste all. I'm Dr. Pradanya. I welcome all the delegates, all the spiritual seekers, holistic well-being enthusiasts, students, and my dear friends. I'm Dr. Pradanya. I come from Karnataka, Hubli. I'm a founder of Aurora Quantum Integrated Wellness Center, wherein I work with patients, not just with the body, but their mind and soul. Whenever we have seen so many cases, just Dr. just mentioned, we have finished our studies, but we happen to understand that there is something beyond the body. Sir did very deep research on how one person can survive without so-called scientifically needed food and be okay biologically in all terms of blood and body. So there was an always question inside of me, and all of you who are present here, I saw one pediatrician madam who's talking about lifestyle changes and holistic approach. I saw some homeopathy doctor. I feel fortunate to be a part of this crowd who understands this language. His Holiness Acharya Narendra Sureshwarji, one of my greatest blessings have been, I'm not a Jain, but I have had a privilege of working with Jain Swamijis very closely, with which I have been able to understand what are the do's, what are the don'ts, and to what extent so passionately they are following it. To what extent they are so kind to, that's why it is my topic today, Nigoda, to jivas which you can't even see. अरे चल लिया तो क्या होगा पता नहीं यहाँ पे आज के दिन कलयुग में we see people are like eating up the other human being and literally and I see this kind of crazy people and I feel mesmerized and I feel so honored to be able to do a little bit of justice, to be a little bit of some use to these people. I thank Acharya Shriji for giving me all the blessings, all the support, all the lessons, and a lot of grace for all the things that I have been trying to practice and learn from him. Our topic today is negative neurotransmitters. As Dr. Sonal has already mentioned, so much of it all has already been very beautifully, very elaborately, very relentlessly, already has been established, explained. I just do my bit and I thank the organizers again for allowing me to be here. Translating genetics into chronobiological nutrition and microgenomic health. Objective of this talk, I'll take one more case example wherein I had a patient who happens to be a Jain and he came with acidity, okay, which was not curable. He went to Asian Institute of Gastroenterology, which is one of the best for GI tract disorders. And he was not getting any results. He got to many other centers. Now, this is very simple acidity was not being responded at the best of the best institutions. So we have this place wherein we have multiple formats where we are finding cure for kidney disorders, cure for cancer, cure. A simple acidity was not being resolved. He was suffering with it since 14 years. Okay, and this is a true case I'm giving. Fine. So he came to me in a matter of 10 minutes. I speak a lot to them. I try to understand what is their problem beyond their perception of what is happening. So, in a matter of 10 to 15 minutes, he got a call, maybe not less than 15 to 20 times. He had to talk to me and he had to attend the calls. So, he was not at one place. So, what do you talk about mindfulness? He was not alive at all. So, what do you expect him to eat and what do you expect him to digest? And what is the point of he going to an Asian Institute of Gastroenterology or any other place when you're eating not right, when you're not even knowing what you're eating? When recently sir explained so beautifully, it is all about multi-dimension approach towards what you are, what you eat, and how do you digest. So that comes to the solution of a problem कि आपको एसिडिटी हो रहा है किस लिए हो रहा है आप बराबर से खा रहे हो क्या खा रहे हो बाद में are you eating it right are you eating on time no I'm not having time for now I'm so busy earning money I'm so busy maintaining I have a very big business I understand but you have a problem and tablet is not the solution and this is why we tried to come to a place wherein I started researching more towards what more exists beyond the disease and just the treatment concepts. So here we come. We want to see how ancient Jain rituals and tools can help in evidence act as evidence-based tools for preventive health. हार्ट अटैक आया उसके बाद में आप बड़ा सा नारायण हृदयालय बनाएंगे उससे पहले आप कुछ कर सकते हैं we are here to see that. And I see so beautiful research scholars and Sumandeep supporting the research objectives for preventive health, which is the need of the hour.
mental resilience, go through all the difficulties what we have, ethical living, ecological sustainability. खाली मैं अकेली जिंदा नहीं रहना है. I have to have the whole ecosystem. Only with the people, with the other jivas, I'm going to grow. We are interdependent, and these are the tools that we have. We are here to explore and learn, and this is the objective of my talk. Need of addressal at a time when humanity is searching for sustainable solutions, as we mentioned, ignoring a living tradition built on restraint, awareness, non-violence is no longer an academic gap. It is a societal at risk. We all have already read this in multiple times this morning. WHO definition: health is not just when my blood reports are normal. There are several people you also might have known. Sara report normal है. अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है. Something is not right. I'm not in peace. I'm not fine. I'm not able to eat. I'm not. बस थोड़ी सी एसिडिटी है. ब्लड रिपोर्ट सब नॉर्मल है. शुगर थोड़ा सा बढ़ा है. बीपी थोड़ा सा हाई है. एक टैबलेट ले रहा हूँ. एक शुगर ले रहा हूँ. सब बाकी सब मस्त. Everything else is fine. WHO focuses, as well as Ayurveda, as well as Jain philosophy, focuses on well-being at multi-dimensions and not just your body existence. Health is a state of complete physical, mental, social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. मेरा ब्लड रिपोर्ट नॉर्मल है. रोज सुबह उठ के मैं अपने पति से झगड़ा करूंगी, अपने बेटे से पीटूंगी, then I'm not healthy. समदोष समाग्निश्च समधातु मलक्रियः प्रसन्नात्मेन्द्रिय मनः स्वस्थ इति विधीयते. This is what even in Ayurveda we believe, and that's where we correlate, and that's how I mesmerize with the principles which coordinate and correlate with Ayurveda, wherein prasanna atma, prasanna indriya, स्वस्थ होने के लिए ये दोनों भी बहुत जरूरी है, along with समदोष समाग्नि. Why we need an approach to health in a different order? There are rising disorders. Every day we have more challenging difficulties. India is diabetic capital. We are so proud to say that. And Madam spoke so detailed about how to reverse the lifestyle disorders. She absolutely nailed it with multi-dimensional approach, A to Z. There was nothing that she left. And there is a need for such a thing. And there are lots of not everyone understand this kind of approach. Lifestyle diseases are on rise. Root cause, nobody is interested to understand. So we need a different approach. The methodology of Jainism has already been requested by Sir, and I really wish such approaches should be improved and applied. When we talk about somebody coming to your clinic कि मुझे कुछ हुआ है, कुछ अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है, शुगर ज्यादा बढ़ा है, kidney disorder है, constipation है, digestive disorders, lifestyle disorders I do work a lot with. I always see कि metabolism में क्या है, वो कितने बजे सो रहे हैं. There was one skin condition I'm just remembering. A girl of 9 years old, उनका खुद का curcumin का business है, and she was not sleeping early. She was sleeping late, and she was not having enough sleep. In Ayurveda, we talk Nidra as medicine, Kala as medicine, Ahara as medicine. Okay, so coming to the place wherein the girl was not sleeping, she had extreme amount of push-up, where she had a lot of itching all over the body. She would not be able to sleep in the night, and because she would not be able to sleep, it would increase. Just in 2 days, I gave her a lot of proper medicated ghee, and I gave her to sleep for 11 hours. Please note, when children are made to sleep for proper long duration, they rest well, their hormones are at better place, growth hormone increases, and within 3 days, her itching was reduced, please note, by 90%. By 90%, very simple medicines, very simple thing. That acidity वाला uncle, उनको भी मैंने खाली हिंगोस्टर चून लिया, और उनको मैंने खाली बोला टाइम पे खाओ, खाने के टाइम पे मोबाइल बंद रख के खाओ, और 15 मिनट टाइम दे के खाओ. That's all. And within 15 days, he forgot all the institutions across the world, and he was so diehard fan. ये चूर्ण में है क्या? He literally came to me and like, ऐसे क्या किया है? What have you done? Have you added any steroids? I said, ये आपके किचन का सारा नुस्खा है. You have changed what you have changed. I have done nothing. मैंने कोई steroids नहीं दिया है. मैंने आपको कोई जादू टोना नहीं किया है. I've just done the science.
he is a Jain, and I just told you this is what you are supposed to learn and teach all of us. That's all I have done. Ancient wisdom contains these principles of ahimsa, tapas, bhav, ethical eating. We have spoken enough on them, so I would be just skipping them. Jain ontology, Nigoda, which is invisible but is all prevalent. हम देखते हैं, सोचते हैं, perceive करते हैं only not just by our five sense organs, by we perceive by our intelligence, we perceive by our yukti, we perceive by anumana. And now I'm talking about not the science microbiomes, the science wherein Acharyas, Mahavir Swami, everyone created the principles of Nigoda when we could not even see. There were some kind of organisms beyond. Somebody spoke about frequency. We all are frequency beings. We all are energy. ये सारी चीजें उन्होंने तभी किया जब हमारे पास साइंस का, रिसर्च का स्ट्रक्चर कुछ भी नहीं था. Just with the केवल ज्ञान, they were able to see the things which are beyond our physical, emotional, sense organal perception, and they are present everywhere. And dietary restraint actually regulates them and gives them an extra edge so that they are symbiotically helping us. Philosophical meaning of Nigoda. These are some microbiome immune cross-section studies that have been found. The microbiome theory is just not even 100 years old. 1908 में हमें microbiome और immune में कुछ system है समझ में आता है, DNA structure समझ में आता है. 2010 में हमें मेटाजेनोमिक्स के लिए एक नोबेल प्राइज मिलता है. 12 में हेल्दी बेसलाइन का क्या आपको माइक्रोबियोम होना चाहिए is just 10 years old. We are already spoken. अगर हमारे पास 100 trillion cells है, 10 times are we host microbiomes. तो हमारे जितने genes हैं, उससे 10 times उनके genes ज़्यादा है. तो जितना genomics में अपना DNA express करती हूँ, उतना 10 times जो genes में host करती हूँ, that those people are expressing the way I think, the way my immunity works, the way I feel, the way I have my strength, and many things more. Gut-brain axis, neurotransmitters, 90% of our feel-good hormones, GABA, acetylcholine, dopamine are produced in our gut. There are multiple places where we have these microbiomes, including our skin. So 90% हमारे feel-good hormones are not produced by the food we take, but by the microbiomes that we host. Actually, in that case, we are not hosting them. Because they are out, they are 10 times more in number. They are actually hosting us.
Ma'am, please sum up in 1 minute.
Yeah. Jain principles of ahimsa minimizes biological disruption of these kind of microbiomes which are supporting us. Fasting does autophagy and microbial reset and metabolic recalibration happens and thus supports us. Simple food reduce antigen and inflammatory load is reduced. Mindful eating, parasympathetic nervous activation and system dominance is supported. Ayurveda talks about Agni and time as treatment. When you have right Agni, you have Samavastha and right kind of bacteria. When you have imbalance Agni, you have Amadosha, you have Rogavastha, and you have microbial disturbances. Modern research, we've already spoken on this. So plant-based food actually आप जो खाना खाते हैं वो आपके लिए है, जो आपके plant का आप खाते हो, fiber आप खाते हो, अपने microbiomes के लिए है, जो आपके लिए जरूरी है. Wellness is not about adding superfoods. It's not about waging a chronic war inside of your own body. Conclusion: conscious application of timeless wisdom is a need of the hour. Thank you.
हाँ पैरेलल किया.
I think so. Right, sir?
Thank you, ma'am. Now we move towards our next presentation of Dr. Sailesh Mehta, sir. His topic is Vedyan, Journey of Holistic Well-being till Samadhi Maran, Nature Salekna.
So, good evening to everybody. As we my topic may sound a little different to you. Before beginning, as I had the conversation, just I'm asking you, how many of you have heard the word Ved Vignan? or Veda Jnana or Atma, Anatma, Vivek? Please raise the hands. Yes, there are quite a few. I am happy. So those who have not heard, let me tell you, don't feel that it is something very deep, something very difficult. So we had just a little conversation with Sonal Madam. So I just was discussing that what's easy to know yourself or to know others. To go to your home, can it be difficult? No, it has to be easy. With that note, humorously, I was talking initially that nature has given me the opportunity to work with outer eye, inner eye, small eye, that is my ego, and big eye, that is my pure self. So at the outset, I must go to Lord Sri Simandar Swami Prabhu, who is at present traversing in Mahavidya Kshetra, and Mahavir Swami Prabhu is Siddha. Because for this knowledge or this to become functional in me, I have to connect with those energies who are the enlightened energies of the universe. And this is the way I'm connecting. So, Veda Jnana, what is the Veda Jnana or Atma Anatma Vivek? So, initially, when I was asked, I said, my name is Shailesh. So, then the person asked me, then who are you then? If it is my name, then who are you? So, we say, my mind, my speech, my body, my car, my bungalow, my feelings, my karma, then even my ego. Who is I then? So, I was dappered. So then the question came that is it a small mistake or it is a blunder not to know who am I really, what is my true nature and what are the attributes of it. So Ved Vignan is the discernment or the knowledge which discriminates or differentiates the relative self. The Shastra uses word Jiva and Ajiva, but that is confusing. This is Ajiva, then what is this speaking to you? This is a mixture of the two. So pure self, so relative self, that is my mind, speech, body, name belonging, attachments, all the karmic bonds, and I is the pure self or the true self, and Atma, Anatma, based on the qualities of each one of that. And how its transformational effects can lead to holistic well-being. People have talked various perspectives. I am taking a different root cause perspective, how it can lead to holistic well-being throughout life, ultimately leading to samadhi maran or a peaceful transfer, serving as a natural samlekhana. It is an ongoing observational study of my own, almost spanning 48 years. I was introduced to this. I have my own experiential journey since 1977 till that. So when the presentation was made, 25th January, and thousands of aspirants having this vision or practicing Ved Jnana in India and spread across the globe, all age groups, right from 15, 16, even I would say even younger than that, but I will not mention that. Up till 99, I have seen and they are present, male and female, born Jains and non-Jains, having different backgrounds and different beliefs. Majority, though having Indian roots, there are few others who are foreigners or non-Indians also. So holistic well-being, everybody has talked, but I am going to talk the effects at all the levels of this Veda Vignan or the holistic sciences as such. So when we know that the negatives are having the adverse effect, if I examine my day, do I have criticism for anybody? Do I have aversion or hatred or rivalry or revenge for anybody? Am I getting upset at any situation? If I'm not given 15 minutes and if because of time only 10 minutes are given, do I get upset? So all this has the effects on my system. Positives, that is helping attitude. Mahavir said yoga upayoga paropkaro. Vivekananda said those who live for others really live. So helping attitudes, friendliness, love, care, share, how they do have the positive effects. So just going very speedily, in the morning, Sudhir Bhai mentioned about these things, that how mind through brain gets connected to body, it is through nervous system, through the endocrine system, and stress releases several hormones also. I am not going into detail. The people have, there are three types of bodies: gross body, electrical body, energy body, aura body, or the Tejas Sharir and the causal body. Many people have also studied the Leshias or aura body, and they are different when I am angry or when I am in a negative mode, and they are different in a positive mode. Genetic pathways also are talked, so I am not going into detail. So but now the important part of my talk comes here. That there is outside world. The things are happening. I am perceiving through five senses, and my inner machinery processes it. Humorously, if I ask you a question, who is driving you? What would be your answer? Just imagine there is no time to interact, so I'm not interacting. So somebody says, my wife drives me, husband. Wife says, husband drives me on a lighter note. But this is the inner machinery. Body is being driven, mind, intellect, reflective consciousness, ego, which is driving me. But the most important part is the filter in between. That is the filter of vision or belief or understanding. That is where the enlightened ones just look at that. If I have the wrong vision, mithyadrashti, if I have the incorrect understanding, everything will be on the wrong side no matter what I do. If I have the correct understanding, right belief, samyak drashti, or then everything will change. So having said that, let us also have a look how my inner world is functioning. So as I said, I have the inner machinery in the form of mind, reflective consciousness, intellect, and ego. They are under the influence of my beliefs and opinions. Just imagine that my whole life has several beliefs and physiological and psychological effects arising out of beliefs. Now they say we are under the influence of your intent or motive. All of us are sitting here. The people may have different motives also. And they say that we are not also standing alone. We are influenced by your subtle inner weaknesses like anger, pride, greed, deceit. And this is where the dhyan, Artha dhyan, Raudra dhyan, Dharma dhyan, or Shukla dhyan, that is the inner state of being, comes into play. But at the root cause, what is most important is my belief about who am I. That is, people are talking about mindfulness, people are talking about awareness, very good. But if I can know this, I think everything changes. So the Veda Jnana is there, which discerns my relative self and real self by its qualities, separate I and my with the Veda Jnana. So as I said, whatever I am talking is my mind, my speech, my body, my feelings, my karmas, and on the other side is I. So this is where even the scriptures have said that this is the simple way to have the self-realization, and Mahavir's Diksha Mantra, Ego Me Shaso Appa Jnana Darsanam Sanjuvo, it also talks about the same thing. So there are several references, those who are interested, Samaisar, Kalas, Jnansar. And even Gita, Krishna talks of Kshetrajna and Kshetra. Shankaracharya also talks of the same thing. Now the question for all of us is, how it can be practical, how it can be acquired, and whether it remains functional in my daily living. So again, my experience and the science is very simple, that if somebody who is knowing it and who is living it can help you to have the Ved Vignan, then with the 5 precepts, it makes a complete experiment. First is relative viewpoint. Who is talking to you is a relative. I as a real is just the knower and seer. And I also have to see with the vision that all of you are relative scholars, dignitaries, and aspirants, and really you are all pure soul self, as pure as Mahavir or Krishna or whomsoever you are believing. So these 2 viewpoints in a scriptural language, they are termed as Vyavhar Nai or Vyavhar Drashti and Nishchay Drashti. It reaches up to the Keval Jnana. The third is the how the things happen. Sometimes the things are according to my expectations, sometimes they are not, and I'm puzzled. So it's a whole natural regulatory system. The scripture says as federal causes. In a simple term, it is scientific circumstantial evidences. How I have to deal with the outer and inner situations, including people. So dispose your files amicable with equanimity and with awareness of the pure soul self. So this addresses the root cause. The people have talked about leaves, people talk about fruits, people talk about trunk. That is what we have been doing since morning. But enlightened ones try to address the root, where is the root cause, and that will change everything. All the results will be effortless. So this is what I am going to describe in a coming slide. These are all real life situations, real life experiences I am going to talk. So based on my personal journey as well as in I have come in interactions with so many hundreds and thousands of people in these 48 years. So physical well-being, I do not have the double-blind study, but I have definitely the data of this. The people having this vision, what is the prevalence rate of the diseases? What are the prevalence rate of unexpected deaths and the other people? That especially its beneficial effects in critical illness and during death. Mind, we will discuss how the individual happiness, harmony, and positivity is affected. So, before having this knowledge, though I was having everything, I was having inner unrest or akulta, vyakulta. After having this, I started with the nirakulta, that is termed as the inner bliss. This vision makes my inner conscious free of the clashes, puzzles, or adverse effects of the happenings. At the familial level, the families have become harmonious like a heaven. So transformation, talking more about the transformational journey, how would we measure the spiritual aspect of this? Once I talked as inner bliss, that awareness and inner steadiness in real self, whatever is happening outside and the effects inside my mind or inner relative inner self, I try to remain as a Shuddhatma or a pure self, and that results in the qualities like harmony, equanimity, forgiveness, or pure love in the relative self. We are talking of all of these things. But I ask myself, how can I achieve this easily, effortlessly, and scientifically? So this gives me the answer that with this vision, these will be the results. So it takes me from Artha and Raudra Dhyan to Dharma Dhyan, and Shukla Dhyan. Artha Dhyan is the self-disturbing state of being. Raudra Dhyan is disturbing to others as well as my inner rage reactions. Dharma Dhyan is keeping me harmonious, balanced, and equanimous in different situations. And Shukla Dhyan is my awareness of the pure soul self. I have put my own clock here, so I'll take only very so I'll skip over some parts and take some real life case studies. So this lady I met on 31st December, just last month and 1st January. She's from Sweden, works in a Volvo at a very high position, non-Jain, no background, not heard the word of Arihant. I had on first day 1.5 hours conversation. Second day she was very keen, so we had the Ved Vignan Prayog, and this is her message on 15 January. Discussions and simple principles you transmitted have been life changing. I see the difference between relative and true self. I understand life better through natural laws. I ask for forgiveness to everyone I have hurt or harmed. I am inspired, constantly accompanied by the image of Simandar Swami. Now, this is the effect. I hardly met her for 4 hours in 2 days and no background. So another example, I know one person, Kushal Bhai, having very small flour mill, very poor person in our language, but very content, very happy with it. Every day he was putting 1 rupee aside from his small earnings. One day he comes with 1,000 rupees to donate for the Gnandan. Now you can imagine what inner state it elevates to this thing. Now, in critical conditions, this is the photograph taken on 25th January, just last week. This is a lady, 80 years, suffers anterior wall myocardial infarct. See the smile on her face. This is a photograph taken in the nursing home itself. And she says, I'm fine, I'm Shuddhatma, I'm just seeing what is unfolding. So, this is a real life practical situations one can pass through. I also has my own experience. I was once had to undergo the small surgery. General anesthesia was given. I was not yet awake. I was just in a semi-conscious state. Somebody tested me that you have been operated and you must have paid. In that semi-conscious state, it came out, no, I am the pure soul self, free of the agonies and miseries. The body has undergone this. So there are many, many, many such examples. This is my mother, 90 years of age, and has almost 3 near-death experiences, but living happily and as a trying to remain as a pure soul self. This is Mr. Trivedi in the Tata Memorial Hospital to be operated for the 4th stage of esophagus cancer, and you can see the calm, and his son is trying to make him aware that you remain as the pure soul self and see what is unfolding to the body. Now coming to the last part of my presentation, because I was told that nobody is talking about Salekha, you talk. So okay, well, I'll talk that part. So Salekha, we are trying what one is trying to get inside one's own self, detached from the other things, and for achieving that purpose, we are trying to leave everything and take the arduous course. Here, truthfully, I can say that during these 47, 40 years, I've seen hundreds of deaths, and they are all samadhi marat, peaceful transfer, because there is no fear of death, because the body is different. I am pure soul self, even though it is a hypothetical belief, it has profound effects. As a doctor, I have personally seen in front of my eyes, and I have heard. So almost all have samadhi marat and very peaceful transfer. And the second last thing I want to, what we believe is when the medicine ends, try to keep the inner self elevated in a good parinati, in a Simandar Swami Bhakti or something. And I'll leave this part. This has also big science, but I'll just mention one last example and leave my talk here. More we can interact personally. Once I was in a Duncan, Greenville of USA, and I happened to visit one Satsangi Thakur Bhai Patel. He was also suffering from 4th stage lung cancer since very long time. So when I went there, he was smiling, he was passing through years. What he told me, a Patel, non-born Jain, but following this, he said, when you have come, please, I like to call all my family members, 3 sons, their wives, grandchildren, almost 2022. I will like to do pratikraman of everybody. I will like to do beg pardon, seeing Suddharma, so my accounts will be clear. I'll be ready to go. So preparing for that transfer of journey also happens. Thank you very much. I'm leaving some part of it, but I urge all of you that to my experience, I have continued my medical career. I'm still practicing. I'm still doing everything. This vision allows both to go parallel. The bird has 2 wings, the train runs on 2 parallel tracks. So the scripture or the vision, and even if somebody tells you leave everything, can you live? So both has to run parallel, relative and real. Vyavhar and Nishtay, it helps both. It is not hindering it, any other. And to me, it is the most simplest yet most profoundly effective science. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Sailesh Mehta. By the way, I changed my mind. I'm back here for the last speaker. So from end of life, we're going to go to the beginning of life, I think, over here on this topic by Shri Suman Bansal. The topic is tackling childhood myopia through teaching breath practices.
सभी को मेरा सादर जय जयेंद्र. A very good afternoon, rather good evening to all present here. I'm very fortunate to present a paper on tackling childhood myopia through DigiBreath practices. And I really thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to present here in this big forum. So I would like to start with darshan. Darshan क्या है? दर्शन का मतलब क्या है? दर्शन सीधा सीधा हमें दृष्टि से जोड़ता है. Whenever we talk about darshan, the first word which comes to our mind is drishti. What is drishti? Drishti gives us the vision the vision to attain knowledge. When we talk from a practical or a medical standpoint, what is drishti? Drishti is the process of physical and mental well-being, because drishti is directly related to vision. तो जब तक हमारे पास विजन नहीं होगा, हमारे पास फिजिकल हेल्थ नहीं होगी. If there is, अगर physical health impaired है, definitely it will lead to cognitive impairment. So here I want to talk about a problem which is related with vision. Today I want to talk about myopia. Myopia is a problem where a person develops a problem with the vision, जहां उसको पास का देखते देखते इतनी आदत नजदीक देखने की हो जाती है कि वो दूर का विजन साफ रहता ही नहीं. It becomes really very blurred. So today I am here to combine the ancient wisdom of Jain philosophy, Jain darshan, Jain drishti ko और medical science को combine करके I am here to present a paper on how do we tackle this recent phenomena. This is though not a very recent phenomena, but जिस कदर ये बढ़ रहा है, the extent to which it is developing makes us pause here and look at it from a very philosophical standpoint. Why is it that myopia is developing at such a fast rate? Development आखिर क्यों हुआ? Development इसीलिए हुआ because it was needed, it was required, innovation होना चाहिए, it was the need of the hour. But आज development इतना ज़्यादा होता जा रहा है that we see not only adults but small children glued to screens. And because of that gluing aspect, इतना ज़्यादा बच्चे near focus work कर रहे होते हैं आर्टिफिशियल लाइट के अंदर, ब्लू लाइट के अंदर, कि उनका विजन इम्पेयर्ड होता जा रहा है. जब उनका विजन ही इम्पेयर्ड होगा तो उनकी मेंटल ग्रोथ कैसे होगी? How are they going to become developed? And without children being developed, how do we expect the society to be developed? How do we expect the nation to be developed? और जब नेशन डेवलप होगा ही नहीं तो संस्कृति तो डेवलप हो ही नहीं सकती. So this problem which comes because as a byproduct of development, it needs a really philosophical introspection. Medical science is very important because medical science हमको इस प्रॉब्लम को डील करने में हेल्प कुछ हद तक करती है. अगर किसी को जैसे मुझे मायोपिया है, I face the problem जहां मुझे दूर का कम दिखता है. So I have been given this specs. What is it doing? It is helping me to be able to, मेरी पोजीशन तो वैसी की वैसी ही है. It is just aiding me to see clearly. So medical science will help us to maintain the problem at its own level, but it cannot cure the problem from its root. So where do we need to work? We need to work at the root. We have to find out that section, we have to reach that root where we can actually prevent it. And prevention, medical science में नहीं है. Prevention is there only in darshan. In which darshan? I would like to say all Bharatiya darshan provides us that drishti to deal with such a problem. But since we are talking about Jain philosophy, Jain darshan में व्रत को, तप को इतना इंपॉर्टेंस दिया गया है जितना किसी भी भारतीय और दर्शनों में नहीं दिया गया है. तब उसे कहते हैं जहां पर हम अपने आप को इतना तपाते हैं कि हमको उस चीज का अभ्यास पड़ जाता है, इतना अभ्यास पड़ जाता है कि वो हमारे अंदर घुल जाता है, मिल जाता है, हमारा हिस्सा बन जाता है. हमको एहसास ही नहीं होता कि हम सिर्फ हम फिजिकल बॉडी है. हम एक्चुअली उस लेवल पर चले जाते हैं जहां हमारा भेद ज्ञान जो अभी अभी हमने समझा, we realize that we are the self. So हम दर्शन से इसको देखेंगे. Now once I talk about okay, so let's talk about व्रत. व्रत क्या होता है? What is व्रत? व्रत वो होता है जो हमें वृत्तियों से बचाता है. हम ऐसे सोच सकते हैं कि वृत्ति तो योग फिलोसफी का वर्ड है, बट नो, नृत्य मीन्स एनी टाइप ऑफ मेंटल मॉडिफिकेशन जो हमारे संस्कृति से हमको हटाती है। तो व्रत वो होता है जो हमको वृत्तियों से बचाता है। इट इज जनरली रिलेटेड विद ओनली फूड फास्टिंग, लेकिन जैन फिलोसफी में अगर हम जाके व्रत का मतलब समझे, तत्वार सूत्र में अगर हम जाके ढूंढेंगे, तो इट हेल्प्स अस टू अंडरस्टैंड that it is the concept of voluntary restraint and self-discipline to purify mind by regulating your actions by having total informed control on your senses. दर्शन हमें बताता है कि सिर्फ खाना ही हमारा भोजन नहीं है। We intake various kind of food from all our senses. और जब तक हमारे सेंसेस पे हमारा कंट्रोल नहीं होगा तो हमारा आहार अच्छा नहीं होगा, जिसके रिपरकशंस हमें दिखेंगे। पुराने टाइम में ये रिपरकशंस लेट से नजर आते थे, बट जो आज का टाइम है इसमें मायोपिया जैसी प्रॉब्लम्स के जरिए ये रिपरकशंस हमें बहुत जल्दी इनफैक्ट इंस्टेंट नजर आने लगे हैं। मायोपिया के रेट की अगर बात करूं तो इट हैज बीन कंसिडर्ड एज अ ग्लोबल एपिडेमिक। ये ग्लोबल एपिडेमिक इसीलिए है क्योंकि डेटा हमें ये बताता है कि जैसे जैसे इंटरनेट का पेनिट्रेशन बढ़ा है, the rate of myopia has expanded exponentially. In 2010, 1.45 billion population was suffering from myopia. In 2020, 2.6 billion people were suffering from myopia, and it is expected that by 2030, almost 4 billion people will be suffering from myopia. Can you imagine 15% of the population residing on earth and wearing spectacles? Because medical science हमको लेसिक दे सकती है, स्पेक्टिकल्स दे सकती है, कुछ ड्रॉप्स दे सकती है, बट इट कैन नॉट प्रिवेंट इट। ऑलरेडी अगर मैं कुछ कंट्रीज की बात करूं जैसे चाइना, जापान, साउथ कोरिया एंड सिंगापुर, 80 to 90% of the adults are already suffering from myopia. And if I talk about children who are suffering from myopia in China, 15 years के जो बच्चे हैं, almost 79% of the children aged 15 years in China are already suffering from myopia. And सिंगापुर की बात करें तो 6 से 7 साल के बच्चे almost 30% बच्चे they are suffering from myopia. This is a very big wake-up call that we need to act on finding those ways जहां पर हम उसको prevent कर सके। If I talk about India, 1999 में 4.4% of the children, urban children, aged 5 to 15 years were suffering from myopia. यही percentage 2019 में बढ़ जाता है, it reaches 21.15%. In 2030, it is estimated to be almost 32%, and by 2050, 49% of our young children 5 से 15 साल के बीच में myopia के शिकार हो जाएंगे। So, Jain philosophy is utmost needed in the form of Gun Vrat and Shiksha Vrat, which are the supporting vrats to fulfill the Anuvrats for the Shravak. So, what is Digivrat? Here I introduce Digivrat, a conceptual framework of the ancient Gun Vrat and Shiksha Vrat. So, this is where I have tried to reinterpret the concept of Vrat in Jain philosophy in the digital concept. So digital age में our big Vrat becomes the digital boundaries Vrat. यहाँ digital boundaries Vrat. Everybody, not just the children, the adults also, the parents, the teachers in the school, all of us have to implement these Vrat. The first Vrat, digital boundaries Vrat. In this, what do? We restrict the type of devices we are giving for access to the children. ऐसी mobile devices like the smartphones or the tablets, we stop giving them to children. Rather, we give them fixed devices, desktops or TVs, जिसको वो एक fixed distance से देखेंगे. Once they will work, once they will watch these devices from a fixed distance, it will help them get cut from the near focus work. It will ultimately help in other things also, लेकिन वो उनके vision को, especially near focus work पे directly काम करेगा. फिक्स डिवाइस होने की वजह से पेरेंट्स की मॉनिटरिंग भी बहुत ज्यादा रहेगी. नेक्स्ट इज द देश व्रत. देश व्रत कैन बी रीइंटरप्रेटेड एज digital zone व्रत. Digital, what is digital zone व्रत? Areas should be minimized. No access in the bedroom, जिससे night scrolling बचेगी. No access in the dining area. Why? What will happen? Mindful eating. Parents and children interaction will happen. They will talk. Nobody will be busy just looking at the screens while eating. Eating will become mindful. Jain philosophy directly impact hogi. This is the biggest problem in attaining mindful आहार in these days, क्योंकि हम सभी कोई फोन पे बिजी रहते हैं या बात करने में या फिर फोन को देखने में. Once this व्रत is into place, definitely nobody is going to look at the phone because dining table पे तो phone allowed ही नहीं है. Once it is a rule, it becomes a rule. Similarly, no access in the washrooms. Everybody takes the phone to the washroom and बहुत लंबा टाइम हम वहाँ spend कर देते हैं. So we have to figure out areas, zones. So next is the Anarthadan Vrat. No purposeless calling. All of us do doom scrolling. We have to take such vrats in our life where nahi hum, because we have to set examples for the children by adopting this व्रत. Then is the mindful daily usage व्रत. जैसे हम सामायिक का व्रत लेते हैं, उसी तरीके से हमको structured sessions, mindfully interrupted digital sessions लेने होंगे with compulsory visual break. Medical science gives us 20-20-20 rule, which means every 20 minutes में 20 seconds का break to look at things which are 20 feet away from your eyes. So यहाँ हम मेडिकल साइंस को इंटरप्रेट करेंगे अपने सामाजिक व्रत के साथ. नेक्स्ट इज द डिजिटल फास्टिंग व्रत. एवरी संडे इज गोइंग टू बी फैमिली टाइम. नो फोन, गोइंग आउट. This becomes a rule. Everybody accepts it. Everybody knows it. Children also accept it. Similarly, महीने के कोई 2 दिन अगर संडे नहीं हो सकता, कोई भी 2 दिन नहीं हो सकता, 3 महीने में क्वार्टर में any 2 days, 3 days we can figure out, finalize and then go ahead. The last one is the digitally consumable and non-consumable enjoyment limitation व्रत. इसमें हम digital content पे लिमिट लगाते हैं. OTT scrolling पे लिमिट लगाते हैं because we have multiple apps on our phones and we access the content on multiple platforms, on multiple devices. So here we restrict the digital content and also we restrict the type of digital devices we are using. If we adopt these kind of व्रत्स in our lives, तो हम सिर्फ food fasting नहीं, हम digital fasting करेंगे. ये digital fasting, these kind of digi vrat will help us not to enter the digital vritti cycle, because this digital vritti makes a very big vicious cycle जिसको break करना impossible होता है. व्रत बनाए ही इसीलिए गए थे, श्रावकों के लिए भी और monks के लिए भी, ताकि हम इनको अडॉप्ट करें और हम इस साइकिल से बच पाए, because this is a vicious cycle and the Tirthankars already knew it कि ये वृत्तियां हैं and these attack and they stay there for the lifetime. So this is a Digivrat basically bridges ancient wisdom with modern health science. It provides cultural, meaningful and practical guidance. It is basically translating knowledge into sustained behavioral change, क्योंकि जब तक हमारे अंदर sustainable changes नहीं आएंगे, it is not possible that we will follow it for the lifetime. And Jain अनुव्रत, शिक्षाव्रत, गुणव्रत is a proof कि जो उसको अडॉप्ट कर लेता है वो उसका पार्ट बन जाता है. And since it is a proven practice, it should be propagated, it should be propounded and it should be accepted not only in the Jain community but at a big global level, across schools, across homes, across every platform as it is possible. Thank you very much.
That was a very compelling presentation, Ms. Bansal. Thank you. I want to, since we have reached the end of this session portion, I want to thank all the speakers for their very eloquent presentations and passionate expressions of their key takeaways. I want to also thank my colleague, Dr. Rathi for this great timekeeping. Didn't need to police too much today, so thank you. And on with the next portion of the program.
स्विच कर देना भाई ये वो बजा देता बजा दे
Okay, now moving towards the last session is panel discussion. We just start in 2 minutes a panel discussion. The panel discussion is invited our Miss Trapti Jain madam. She's our panelist. I request students please सोफा वगैरह अरेंज कर दीजिए सामने की साइड और स्टार्ट पैनल डिस्कशन आपके जो भी क्वेश्चन है वो हम यहाँ पे लेंगे वी हैव अ टाइम ऑफ 25 minutes more and then we'll go for the dinner Priyadarshini madam yes please come for the panel discussion madam their expertise will definitely help us I request Srinendra Pandey sir also to join us in a panel discussion whatever your question have we will take in a panel discussion they will share their expertise their views also in a panel discussion so we are just starting the panel discussion and I request all the dignitaries to come panelists for the in the dais thank you okay fine I accompany you sir no worries yeah, Kansyam Parmashar will be also with us. Yeah, thank you. Whatever your confusion, whatever your doubts, maybe we have not taken enough question during the session due to lack of time. You may ask, we will try to give the answer as per our capacity. Thank you. We warmly welcome Priyadarshini madam, Trapti madam, Srinendra Pandey sir, Kansyam sir on the dais as a panelist. Arrange 2-3 minutes also.
Look, I be a SSB पास थी जैसे लोग कॉफी कराए के होता है वो बीसी के भी पर भी तो भी शामिल भी कर लो नहीं होगा एक तो कोर्स ना प्रैक्टिस आपको नहीं करती ठीक है और
Good evening, everybody. I hope you all are having a great time at Sumandeep with wonderful paper presenters. एक से बढ़कर एक, right? Being a medical college and morning, it started with a very beautiful keynote address, and then all young presenters, and then senior scholars. So a good mix, a good blend of things. So definitely, a lot of people have a lot of things to reflect upon and to talk. So before we invite the questions, I have prepared a few things that I would like to tell you. The abstract that I had sent for the conference was understanding holistic wellness through the lens of Saptabhumi. Okay, I don't know how many doctors present over here would have heard of Saptabhumi, because Even the Jains, no, they don't study much about it. They don't talk about it in their pravachan. They don't discuss about it. But what I would like to say is it's a very, 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 very important aspect as far as Jain philosophy is concerned, and the application of Jain philosophy in the form of holistic wellness is concerned. Saptadhangi, Nyaya Saptadhangi is a very important concept. And if we talk about holistic wellness, so one person will talk about myopia, one person will talk about DG, all very, very important. In modern context, where we are having tremendous health issues, and more than the physical health issues, it is a mental health issue that our children are going to suffer from in future. And Jainism is a very proactive, preventive way of living, prevent the karmic bondage, and what karmic bondage has happened, how to get rid of it. And all this philosophy is there. So if we miss the philosophical aspect and we just focus on the physical, or we just focus on the psychological, or if we just focus on the emotional, then we are trying to search for the needle in the garbage. You won't find it. Holistic wellness will not be. So Saptadhangi is a very important aspect. Is you should understand Syad. Syad means relatively analyzing it. Okay, like when somebody said health is this, so it is asti, Syad asti, relatively, yes, it is. But at the same time, there's another facet of the coin which says Syad nasti. It is not this way. Okay, so asti and nasti, they coexist. So asti is there, and overlook the nasti point, then that asti becomes ekantik. It becomes one-sided, and it goes against the philosophy of Mahavir, which is anekantik. You have to have because reality is complex, life and living is complex, and there are so many dimensions to it. And if you miss even one dimension, then you miss the reality. And if you miss the reality, then your drishti parivartan, or your drishti transformation from mithyatva to samyaktva, from materialism to spirituality, from ill health to good health cannot happen. So these were just some of my observations, that whenever we talk of any topic, because you can relate any and every topic with Jain philosophy. Autophagy Jainism में already है, environmental science already Jainism में है, mental health issue already Jain. Okay, what is this? क्या Jainism is only for addressing the environmental issues or physical health issues? Because even without Jainism, you can, a person who studies, like one who got the Nobel Prize for autophagy, or those who got the Nobel, they did not have Jainism with it. Yet they did wonderful discoveries, and the Nobel laureates, they've got their awards. Does it mean that they are Jains? Does it mean they are eligible for liberation? So when you refer to autophagy, you say, okay, fasting is a good way of life. But we should try to understand that fasting, just simply taking fasting, or any vrat for that matter, comes where in the scheme of Jain philosophy? You have to see Ratnatraya, which talks about Samyak Darshan Gnana Charitrani. And Charitra includes Tap. And under Tap, you have your fasting and all that. So we just pick one slice from the cake, and we miss the whole cake. And there is Samyak Darshan, there is Samyak Gnan, there is Samyak Charitra. And without that, straight away you're talking about Tap, and you say Tap will do the holistic healing. How is it possible? So if only Tap can do the holistic healing, or if just the breath can do the holistic healing, then there would not be the need for Samyak Darshan, Gnan, Charitra, the three constituents of the pathway of liberation. And so all the three constituents work in union. Only the unity of all these three is holistic wellness. And when unity Sangya, Ahar Sangya, Bhaya Sangya, Maithun Sangya, Parigraha Sangya. There's so much talk of fasting and plant-based diet and all. Why? Because without conquering the Ahar Sangya,